Now 6 o'clock on Monday, October 10th, 2022. This is a Board of Education meeting for Community Consolidated School District Board of Education 59. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Spino absent. Lang,
Present.
Mencia,
Present.
Petrielli present. Reed,
Present.
Sager,
Present.
and Schumacher.
Present.
Okay.
All right, can we please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, before we begin tonight's meeting, I want to remind all board members to make sure their mics are on when they're speaking. Speak loudly and clearly so those in the public and on the internet can view this. And before we do start our presentations, we want to make a little small change to the agenda. Item 4.02, the equity journey. What we plan to do is we plan to have the presentation from the district, and we will have comments and suggestions from the public, and then we will have our discussion afterwards. That way we can take your thoughts and comments into consideration. We did the same thing 2 weeks ago at our committee of the whole meeting. When we had this presentation, we thought it would be the best way to continue with that process. With that, I think we're going to continue on, and we're going to 4.01. We're going to just have our presentation and discussion all at once. It should take about 30 minutes, and then we'll move on from there. So, Mr. Ludloff, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, board members, public. Happy to be here tonight to share our benchmark report for the fall. As you know, this is something we do 3 times a year with the board. We share out our information and get a chance to share with our community also. So I'm going to try to move through some of these first slides rather quickly. As we've done in the past, as we get through each section, maybe we'll take questions at the end of each section unless something's really pressing as we go through. So this is really connected to our strategic plan, our aligned assessment system, one of the major components of Goal 1, student growth and achievement. So as I said, something we try to report out on at least 3 times a year after we benchmark in the fall, the winter, and the spring. It's really connected to our goal in reading and math performance targets, our 80% target for student growth and achievement. That's our KPI. So as we go through, we'll share some achievement data connected to iReady, but then also the KPI connected to branching minds. So let's jump in. So first, as we dig in, a couple of components just to remind the board. As we've done in the past, some of our district special ed programs are not included in this data. So ELS, SIP, students, that data, instead of falling into these categories, is we look at that separately. So as we look at math, you can see we're looking at fall to fall. So one great component about fall to fall is we're just coming off of summer being home. So it's a good measure for how the system is working, considering we start this assessment in early September. So as you can see, when you look at fall of 2021 compared to fall of 22, we've seen some nice growth and improvements. When we look at the green, that's the mid on and early on, that's grade level or approaching grade level. And then you can see how iReady assesses students 1 year below, 2 years below, 3 years below. So we're seeing pluses on the top and minuses on the bottom. That's what we want to see, hope to see. You can see also we get this data so we can compare to Illinois and the nation. You can see we compare pretty much the same in math across Illinois and then also nationally, except for some of especially this 3 or more years below down here. When you look then to the bottom, this is our KPI that we have. So our goal is to get to 80%. You can see last fall we were at 60.3. Now we're at 65.2. So almost a 5% growth from last year to this year. I will say, as you look at this, obviously kids leave, new kids come in, but it's a system view in that piece. So that's our overall math achievement. Then we, yes.
Before you move on,
yes.
Can you just go back? So because this is fall data, we don't expect students to be on that top green line, right?
Great point. Something I appreciate that. So with the iReady assessment, it actually assesses for end of the year. So when we see 5% or this year 7% at grade level, that means they're already achieving end of grade level performance. So we would expect that to grow over the course of the year. Thanks for pointing that out. But right now, you would not expect, we haven't had instruction yet. So we got to build on that over the course of the year.
Tom Long is so the 65, the tier, the bottom green, the tier 1, 65.5%.
Uh-huh.
When I look at the numbers, it's kind of like the combination of the one grade below level, correct? For the 65%, it kind of accumulates the first to top 3 numbers in that. And can you explain the reasoning behind that? So you got 65.2, but then you had the 7, 11, and the 47.
Yeah, so the difference, so when you talk about being on grade level and how that transfers into the 85%, if we look back at, just to jump back really quick, when we talk about the 80%, it's based on the 25th percentile and up. So students who are at grade level are likely well above that. So it's as you're saying, it's kind of those 3 groups, but it doesn't always align perfectly to on grade level or 1 year below. But it's really a focus on the 25th percentile. And the goal with that is, the belief is, if 80% of our kids as a system are being supported in the classroom by tier 1, then that allows us to support that other 20% outside of the classroom or through small groups. If in some cases we're at 50% or 60%, it's too many kids to try to support in the classroom in tier 1 instruction. That's why we're working on this piece.
And that's at this point in time. That's not based on end of year numbers.
At this point in time, the iReady assessment, though, is looking at end of the year as an end of the year focus. So then we jump into grade levels. So again, you can compare from last year to this year just by looking across each one. One thing we noticed and discussed as a district MTSS team is our K1. We're not seeing the growth we're seeing in all other grade levels. So we've had some discussions around that piece. From a national, just late on Friday, we actually received some grade level data from iReady. We're seeing similar in Illinois and nationally. There's some assumptions is that, this is a group of kids who 3 years ago were in preschool or maybe not in preschool and all the pieces that go with that. But we're not seeing something that's out of alignment with Illinois or the nation. When we get to reading, actually, we are seeing a little bit of a difference. But you could see across grade levels some positive things to really focus on. We spent a lot of time last year at grades 3, 4, and 5 with WIN at the elementary level, really focused on reading, or on math, I'm sorry. And you're seeing some of that data come through. Our junior highs, our middle school, started working on some of those individual supports for kids through WIN-like structures. You see our 7th grade group. And again, these are different kids. So the system, you can see how it impacts across. So seeing some very positive data on the grade level side. Then this is a new slide. This is really based on our discussion in the spring. So when we look at grade level, that's different kids. Now we're trying to look at basically similar kids. So last year, kindergarten, this year, 1st grade. Now we do not disaggregate out every single kid. We take the group as it is, but we know it's mostly our kids. So this is, again, where we see that bit of a concern when we see the drop from K to 1, and then you see it play out over here. Then again, you could see 3rd grade, great example, 11% last year at this time. In 4th grade, now it's 24%. So we're seeing some of those double-digit increases, really getting to that, as we define it, critical mass in tier 1, or building on that piece. You can see how that plays out over here, 5th grade to 6th grade. Actually, we're a little surprised by this because often that transition from 5th to 6th, we don't see as much growth. So we're seeing some really solid growth over there. And that's, again, the KPI. Another piece, if you look at that KPI, as kids move, it's all in the 60s. We're moving out of the 50s and into the 60s and some 70s and some 80s. Then as we look at our different demographic groups, one thing we also added this time, we're trying to give you the numbers of kids in our system. So you see, like Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander, it's pretty small. So you might see more variance pretty quickly. But again, as you look across, you see pretty consistent growth by each of our groups, and how that translates then over here, except for that one group I just mentioned. Another piece we want to look for, we talk a lot about achievement gaps. So when we look at this bottom row, our Hispanic yes or Hispanic no, we want to outgrow the other group so we can close that gap. You're seeing some of that happen here. We're almost 3 points ahead. So again, real positive. We're seeing that growth. We're also, this is a good one to look at. You see the drop in kids that are 3 or more years behind as it goes down across almost every single grade level. Actually, I think it is every single grade level.
So, Tom,
Yeah.
can I ask a question
Yes,
generally
please.
about the math? So, we are looking at iReady fall benchmarking data in math. At this point, as of the fall, the illustrative math has been implemented in basically K through 8th. Is that right?
That is correct. I believe so. I'll look over to in our instruction department. Yes.
Yeah. And so I know that we are teaching from a curriculum that's not the same framework as we're assessing,
Correct.
but it sounds like we are, because the IM curriculum is standards aligned, the iReady
Standards, Common Core
is
aligned.
standards and Common Core aligned. That, like, I guess my question is, because we're seeing progress as to the standards as
Mhm.
evidenced in
Mhm.
iReady, it
Mhm.
points to the fact that the curriculum is helping our students to improve.
Yeah, I would say as you look especially at the math data over time these last few years, by grade level, by school, by demographic groups, we're seeing consistent growth over time, ties directly to the curriculum and the hard work of our teachers, our kids, and our staff across the board. One great thing about iReady, it is Common Core standards based. The piece why we've really stuck with this is it has that personalized learning path that we really started back in COVID, so that kids can practice and work within what they need to work on or extend their learning, while at the same time believing IM is a better day-to-day curriculum for kids in math.
Yeah, I guess I should clarify that the iReady piece does have a curriculum component
does.
that is
We-
the personalized path, but our core curriculum is different.
We
than
use
piece.
iReady as the assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, great question. So then moving on with demographic groups, free and reduced, multilingual, IEP, male and female. You can see consistently positive growth across that piece. I want to point out our IEP students, double-digit growth. Again, working very hard on curriculum, working hard on small group instruction and intervention strategies over these last few years. You see this work play out in the data. And again, this is big standardized norm data. So we're seeing some positive reinforcement for the work that's happening in schools and throughout the district.
Before you move away from this slide,
Yes.
I notice one category at the very top, free and reduced lunch, where there's not significant growth.
Yes.
And so free and reduced lunch is our way of tagging students with low socioeconomic status.
Correct.
Right? And so when we look at growth in all these other categories where the curriculum's having an impact, do we have a reason why that's maybe not?
I
seeing
don't
impact?
have a reason. I think to tie to that piece, we're seeing some growth in the iReady achievement piece that's not translating over. So I can't say I know it's because of this or this or this. I think we do know that's a very large group when it's almost half or actually over half of our students.
My point is that's statistically significant, right?
Yeah.
Because that's almost 3,000 students.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're not seeing it translate on that 25th percentile or up. I think we see the grade 3 or more grade levels changing. We appreciate that. We're seeing some positive here. But honestly, in a district like ours, we're always focused on free and reduce because it's over half of our kids in basically all of our schools. Great question. Thank you. And then, something we started to report out the last few years, breaking things out by schools to show how our schools are doing on these assessments. You can see the range is in the 40s to the 80s. So we have some schools that are hitting those targets. We're seeing, actually, I was speaking with the principal of Juliet Low today about the double-digit increase over at Juliet Low, which was really great to talk about the why behind that, which really isn't, it's an awareness item. It's we're really digging into the data, and I think that's what plays out across almost all of our schools as you look at this data. And again, we're seeing those drops in the below grade levels and those increases on the other side. Some not as much as others, but again, positive reinforcement, and our staff and schools have been digging into that data over the last 3 to 4 weeks.
And Tom,
Yes.
back to Dr. Sager's question, I think this slide and the slide before are definitely interconnected, and understanding the makeup of each of these schools and how they apply to the data of the screens that we've looked at previously is really important.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, the reality, and whether this is fair or unfair, some people at the state level would say when you get your state results, IER results, if you just sort by low income, you'll usually sort the proficiency levels from top to bottom. Okay. Any other math related questions? Wrong way. All right, here we go. So now let's talk about reading. So similar, the format is exactly the same. So you can see again in reading, we're seeing some positive increases in that on grade level targets, some numbers going down in the below grade level pieces. And then you see how that compares to Illinois and then nationally. So you can see we're a little off on that mid or on grade level, especially compared to Illinois. And then I should have mentioned this is pre-COVID. They share this just to get an idea of what the nation looked like back in 2018-19. When you look at that bottom piece, you can see we went from 63.8 to 66.4. So a nice 2.6 percentage points. It's not percentages, it's percentage point increase. This piece though, we saw that go up just a little bit, which we don't want to see. Then in a similar pattern, you can see how this flows then to grade levels. Again, we're seeing that primary piece. And this is whereas this was just this afternoon, looking at the nation, we're a little off on that. So that's definitely a target area we want to pay a lot of attention to. Obviously, reading K1 is a little different as kids learn and grow into those skills, but that's pretty flat. So that's something we want to pay close attention to. And we know, I know last year, some of the comments we heard from kindergarten teachers where they had to teach kids school because they hadn't been in school. And I think we see some of that playing out even this year. But again, not an excuse, just some things we've heard out from staff. Most grade levels you can see on the KPI side increased outside of sixth grade. So again, that's something we want to see. And even when you see increases, a good example, sixth grade, we went from 12 to 13 and 10 to 12. We still lost a little ground on the KPI side. It's tied to that percentile, not the achievement in iReady. So then this is that cohort group, following kids over time. So if we look at third grade, you see we lost a little ground. Sixth grade, we went from 22 to 37. We double-digit increase. A few of those there, and then how that plays out over on the side. So great example, third to fourth grade, we lost some achievement, yet we still gained on the KPI side. So as kids move through those grade levels and how that flows into the mix. So again, we're really want to pay attention to K1.
Tom, so there's some large differences here. Is there an explanation why that may be the case, or?
Well, some of it we would tie directly to the amount of focus, our intervention, small group work, our focus at a school level or the district level. As you're aware, we've spent a lot of time on grades 3, 4, and 5 on building up the needs within those pieces and focusing a lot of our supports in that area. So I think that's where we start to see some of the larger growth than we might, or consistent growth than we might see in other areas. The same at the junior high. And even though we're working on a curriculum review, we've had a more focused targets and instructional focus on the reading side over the last few years. Then we move into our race and ethnicity demographic groups. So you can see for the most part, we're seeing some positive increases on achievement and in the KPI. Again, not quite as large. Excited about our ELA pilot and hoping that will play out in a similar way as math, that over time, as we really build on that, we'll see those results grow in reading at a similar rate.
Are we still piloting the language arts, or have we chosen one that this is affecting?
We're still piloting. This year is a pilot. So this is not impacted by that pilot. I believe some of those are coming out this fall for K-5. ELA a little farther ahead, right?
Yeah, we're just finishing halfway through with junior high and just starting for K-5 this month.
So we would not see an impact here on that piece.
Okay.
Great question.
And Tom, for the 3 or more grades or below,
Yes.
I guess I'm wondering, in addition to what I presume are like tier 3 interventions for these students, what else are we able to offer to improve those sort of 3 grade levels or below and help them to move up into higher categories?
So the main piece, I'll use junior high as an example as we move to that win structure at the junior highs. So when I think and talk about MTSS, that's a tier-based process. This is not tiers. This is percentages, kids who fall into that category based on the assessment. Many of those kids you would assume would be tier 2 or tier 3. But within like that win structure at the junior high, that's how we would identify kids for support within that. If you remember when we talked about in the fall or the summer about choice, some kids don't get choice and win. They're going to be in ELA or in math because of that type of need. Also, that's part where, the teachers have an awareness of that piece and you might get some additional support through that process, or in some cases, very specific curriculum to try to build up those skills.
And our summer school program, is that another component to address, like to the extent you're
I do
behind in
believe we
literacy?
invite students to summer school based on some of this data when we get into the spring. That doesn't mean they attend summer school, but I believe that data is used for those types of pieces. Absolutely.
So we don't specifically say, okay, you have a deficit in this and you need to come.
I believe we do that. I'm looking to Nicole. I know she helped coordinate summer school last year, that we do invite kids based on those types of needs to specific parts of summer school, not the choice part, but you need to be in this class. That again,
Okay.
it can't be required.
Okay.
So moving on, again, as I said, here's that IEP group, again, double digits. We see positives outside of the free and reduced. Again, to Dr. Sager's comment and question from earlier, that's our one group, which, we need to continue to focus on and grow that group. Even though, again, we went from 14 to 18, we're not seeing it play out over here. So that means we're right on that edge with kids falling below that 25th percentile. We dropped some kids here. All the movement within iReady is good. That's why this is a great tool. I could come here and say, look, we grew 10% in iReady, yet if we're not moving here, the system's not moving. And then here's our school piece. Some positive growth across schools, even in some cases where we lost a little ground. We're still at Forest View. We're still in the 80s. I did the math before. I think we have 13 of these categories are actually in the 80% now. I don't know what that was last year, but that is a positive. We're moving towards that. In the end, we want every category, whether it's school, grade level, demographic group, to be in the 80%.
So just before we move on, can you go back?
Yes, sir.
Because I had noticed this and I asked you, right, go back one more slide.
One more slide.
We have a male-female discrepancy in reading that's statistically significant, right?
So you can look right
And-
over
and
here.
it's good because the males are catching up, right? So if you look at females started the year 67% in the top range and males 60%, and the males are catching up. But if you go back to the math, that wasn't the same.
It was not the same. So I don't have an answer for that. We've actually started to dig into that data a little bit. There are some assumptions. There's assumptions of the male-female science math piece. The boys perform better based on stereotype. Same with reading. It's not something I have a response to. I think what's great about this piece and these types of questions is actually last year we didn't even share male, female, or IEP.
Right. And I think that's probably why I didn't notice it. But
so we're now looking at all of these categories, and it's leading to different questions and discussions that help us understand, even if it's just to build an awareness, 13, 5 to 13-year-old boys and girls, we would think should be very similar in performance across those different levels. When they're not, why not?
And we could have an hour-long discussion on that because the STEM pipeline has an issue with losing females along the way.
Yep.
And I want to be sure that whatever our curriculum is doing, it's not doing that.
Got it.
So it's something to keep an eye on.
Absolutely.
I don't think there's enough information. It's just something that we noted.
It's good to have it out there to note it and to think about it and look at it. Thank you.
Tom, somewhat of a difficult question, and I'm not sure if there's an answer, but maybe something to consider. We look at the reading numbers, and of the Hispanic kids, 40% or so, 43% or so, that's where the KPI is now. The goal is 80.
Yes.
A large percentage of the kids in our district are Hispanic students. Why so low? What is the problem? What's failing? What is the issue there? Like what? And I don't know what the answer is. I'm sure if we knew what the answer was, we'd fix it. But what are we thinking? Like
I think our discussions around that piece, it's most likely connected to language.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean it's automatically a language. This is a reading test in English. So if 45% of our kids are second language learners, and then they take an assessment that's English only, the reality that has an impact. When we talk about the state test, we talk about the same thing. We have lots of language learners, whether that's Spanish, Polish. I think we have 70 some languages in the district.
Mm-hmm.
The reality is that test is in English.
Yeah.
So are you truly getting the measure of their reading skills or their English skills?
Right.
Now, fortunately, and I wasn't going to mention this tonight, but I'm going to, we are working with iReady. They have a assessment of, what's it called? The ASR, is that right? Assessment of Spanish reading. Thank you. That they are working on norming that piece.
Mm-hmm.
So right now it's not normed. That in the future we might be able to see what are your reading skills in your native language, at least on Spanish, and see how that plays out across these pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And any group, honestly, that underperforms, oftentimes there's multiple targets or categories they're falling into.
Yeah.
So whether that's low income, second language, all those different components, they add up and have an impact, especially on a test like this.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you, I studied the state or the national park test a few years ago when that first rolled out, like no one does park anymore. But when it did, basically at every single grade level, millions of kids, you can just list out, when you look at these categories, it's going to go Asian, it's going to go white, and it's going to work its way down.
Sure.
And then it's going to go low income, second language, all those pieces, because the reality is an assessment in English.
Right. So the state assessments are in English.
Yes.
And the iReady assessment is also in English.
For reading right now, we see in the future we might have a chance to balance that out.
Okay. And we've been doing iReady for how many years
This
now?
is year 3.
3, right. So I think it's
maybe
like
4.
part of me
Started in
taking
COVID.
some personal responsibility as a board member too of stressing, why wasn't it in Spanish, or why wasn't it? Maybe that's something I should have asked, or maybe I did. I can't remember.
There's not a lot of, that I'm aware of, any normed assessments in really any non-English based languages that I'm aware of. I'm sure there are out there. We've looked at that. We've been talking about that for a while, and iReady's moving to that. So we appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of bright kids. They're bright in their language and they're smart in their language. And it's just kind of, how does it translate to this?
Yeah. As we dig into kind of on the MTSS side and use that assessment of Spanish reading, some of these tier numbers in our system are changing because we're finding, well, they are closer to tier 1.
Mhm.
But when they take the assessment in English, they're looking like a tier 3 student.
Sure. Yeah.
So we're seeing better results on that again, but it's not normed. So we're not here reporting it to the board.
And I think I may have asked this before. Does iReady supply us demographic breakdowns?
They do not.
Okay.
We've pushed since we started working with them because we'd really like to know, what does Illinois look like? And how do we compare to that or the nation? This year, for the first time, like I said, we just got it late on Friday. We got grade level norms, so we can look at each grade level and see how we compare Illinois-wise and nationally. So the board's asked for that. We want that because we want to know.
So if I could just add before we move away from that topic, and I know Dr. Perdomo is with us this evening, so he is welcome to chime in at any point as well. I think beyond, we want to be careful of looking at ethnicity versus language ability. Those are two very different things. And so if we looked back at the other slide, if we look at our multilingual, so our English learners, I think we can look more carefully at that data. I think the other piece is that we have to understand the purpose of a bilingual program, whether it's dual language or transitional. At what point do we expect that students are proficient in English, and understanding them that we're testing them in English earlier than we would expect them to be proficient in it. So are we producing the expected results through these assessments would be the question I think that we need to first ask before we say why so low.
Sure.
And I think I might have asked this before and I've completely forgotten. There's the former multilingual that is not counted in the multilingual, right?
Correct.
So we're essentially taking a group, pulling off the best performing students and then looking at the average of what's left. That may not be the right way to think about that.
So this piece right here, so these are students who have, in a sense, scored at a high enough level to no longer be considered multilingual. And you can see how that group scores across the district. And kind of to the point, I think, to add, as part of the state information, they share something called the English Language Learner Progress to Proficiency. And what they do is, so you take a test called Access when you're an English language learner. They say, so kindergarten doesn't count, year one is first grade. And they say in 5 years, we expect you to be proficient. Whenever, you could start in second grade, third grade, whatever. And then they target that out. And then districts get a report on how are your kids doing? How are you doing as a district? Making progress to proficiency. And that's something we can highlight when we talk about state results, because our data is pretty good.
Tom, so for the reading, how does content affect the scores from effect, or like your thoughts on that? Because like I'm thinking of like if they're reading something in baseball, that boys who have familiarization with baseball, they would theoretically be more interested and perform better on that compared to maybe someone else.
Yeah, I don't design the test, but I would say there's always questions of context of what's in that assessment and the population's awareness of that. So if I'm reading about cricket, which is a sport they play all over the world, except for the United States for the most part. And they have a bunch of questions related to that. I might not be able to answer them, even though I'm a fluent reader and understand it, because I don't know that game. So that's always a question. I think they work really hard because there's a lot of funding involved with these pieces to balance that out as best they can.
Yeah, this test is taken on computer.
It's a digital assessment, correct?
So if they're reading, they're doing this test, and they have that aha moment where I think I saw that in there, can they go back?
So it's an assessment that as you answer questions, you move on. You can't go back in time.
Back.
Yeah, you cannot. That I'm aware of. I don't believe so.
Dr. Perdomo has something I think he would like to contribute.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Tom, Mr. Ludoff was saying regarding the progress or proficiency, that I think that is a key indicator when we're looking at students' proficiency levels, that when they do start, research has shown that it takes 5 to 7 years to develop that proficiency. Not saying that we want to wait 5 to 7 years. We want to make sure, and we're doing everything we can to provide our students those opportunities to meet that goal sooner. But the state does define that proficiency level within that 5 to 7 year mark. And that's even this year, just as we're looking at state indicators, this year they also added another year onto that. They added 6 years now to progress and proficiency due to the pandemic and to the issues that we were having in schools regarding to the pandemic. So they did add an additional year to progress and proficiency for that reason alone. Another piece of that I just wanted to add is we do look at, and I think that's the reason why, Mr. Mencia was mentioning, how can we start to look at the whole child? Because I think that is a true indicator also of how our students perform. And I think as a district, we're starting to look at, even on iReady, we have the opportunity to give the math assessment as well in Spanish to see if students, they may not perform well in English because that might not be their native language, but they may actually be doing really well in Spanish. So we do have that opportunity to give them that assessment, because when it comes to content, are we measuring language or are we measuring content? So we want to be able to give them those opportunities to fully do that. Now, the unfortunate part is that we don't have that in every language available. Right. So we do have our students that are Polish and Urdu, Bulgarian, Ukrainian, that don't have that opportunity to take those languages in their native language to really show what they truly do know. And sometimes when we do iReady and we're giving the assessments just in English, it's not a full indicator of how our students perform as a whole. I think what we do great at, though, and our schools do great at, is that when we have those individual discussions at a building level, is that we still have those conversations on, is it language or is it truly an academic deficit? And if it's language, then how do we provide those linguistic supports to have students start to make those connections? Because regardless of the intervention we give them, if we don't allow them the access to even be able to accept that intervention, they're not going to see that progress within that intervention. So we really have to take that, and it's hard with language. It's hard. There's no black and white. It's very gray, and it's individualized by student. And it's really looking at where are those students individually and what could we do to support them across all of the languages. As you mentioned, 70 some languages in our district. It's not as easy as, you know, when it comes to Spanish, we have a lot more resources out there. We have to get creative when we have some of our multilinguals that don't have a lot of resources available to them at this time.
Thank you.
Okay. Just really quick. I kind of hit on most of these throughout. I mean, we have seen positive growth. We're moving towards our 80% target. We're seeing some of our subgroups outperform their comparative groups, African American, IEP, Hispanic, in regards to growth. Some of our groups, I think, as I said, 13 are hitting that 80%. And we're really seeing staff embrace the use of whatever data, whether it's iReady, to really help decide, is this a good path? What do we need to do and use in our planning? You know, on the opportunity side, we're still far off on that 80% goal. We still have achievement gaps. We are concerned about that K1 piece that we want to keep a close eye on. And we need to continue to build on opportunities for assessment literacy. Can't be 3 times a year at benchmarking throughout, and our staff are doing great with that. So really next steps, we'll continue to monitor this data. The district MTSS team, we actually meet weekly and we grab onto some of these pieces and really investigate to dig deeper. And sometimes we're able to even implement some strategies to address those areas or even just something to monitor. And we'll continue to use this data and respond accordingly. Lots to celebrate, lots of positives, great work by our kids, our staff, our leaders. It's really awesome to be able to dig into something like this and say, gosh, most of the information is really on the positive side. Thank you.
So I got a question, Tom.
Yes.
Sorry. How does student mobility affect these numbers from perspective of, we have some schools that have apartment complex with significant move in, move out, and throughout the year?
Yeah, so I think when you look at most of the data we share is really last year to this year. So we know some kids go on to high school, some kids move. And, you know, it's really a system 6,000 kid view of the data. Some schools see that more than others, have higher mobility levels. I don't know what our highest one is. I want to say 10, 15%. So it can have an impact, but it depends on the school. And again, in the end, this is a systems approach. So if our language arts and our math system is working, whether kids are moving in and out, it should be able to impact them. When we talk about mobility, you'd want to see, so 10% at a school of 300, that's 30 kids. So across 6th grade levels. So we're not going to see a fluctuation that's driven by mobility for the most part. Any other questions? Sorry, I went over my time. Thank you very much.
So just a reminder, board members, we're going to let the presentation go. Let Dr. Bresnan present the presentation, and then we will have some comments and suggestions from the public, and then we'll have a discussion. So if you have questions, write them down, or if you have a question that thinks need to be addressed immediately, you know, feel free to ask it, but let's try and hold those till we get to the next point of our discussion.
All right, good evening. So we are back again to give an update on our equity journey. We are going to start again, as we have started all of our meetings recently, just looking at what are our 8 focus areas. I think the benefit of Tom's presentation is we are really focused on student outcomes. So if you remember, when we talk about the 7 other areas, those are all designed as levers that impact student outcomes. So when we think about access to programming, We're thinking about our English learners. We're thinking about students who may have special needs, and how do they access those programs in order to make sure that they're having their needs met. We talk about class sizes. That has a direct impact on a student's ability to learn and a teacher's ability to teach. Looking at our demographics, that was a question again highlighted in our student fall benchmarking report. So when we look at specific demographics across whether it's programming or race, ethnicity, or any other demographic group, we want to make sure that we are not leaving any groups behind, and that we are closing those gaps as opposed to letting them widen. Enrollment, looking at the number of students within our schools tied to the facility and capacity usage as well, to make sure that we're being good stewards, as well as running our buildings efficiently. Looking at resource allocation to ensure that we are matching our resources with the needs of our students. And then transportation, which directly impacts our students, how they get to and from school, and the length of the time that they are on those buses to get to school. Again, all leading to looking at our student outcomes and how we make sure we achieve the key performance indicators outlined in our strategic plan, and ensure the success of all, not just academically, but social, emotionally, and as we had talked about, focusing on the whole child, not just benchmarks 3 times a year. So I first want to start by saying that we have completed our equity task force process, which is a portion of this journey. And I want to say a big thank you to all of our stakeholders who served as representatives on that equity task force. So I want to thank Ms. Lang and Mrs. Petrielli for being our board representatives on that committee. We also have one of our principal representatives who's here with us tonight, Kim Barrett. Thank you for being here. As well as parents who represented each of our schools and their families, and many of our staff members who also were representatives. So teachers, one of our community outreach specialists who I know is with us tonight. So I just want to say thank you. That was 4 evenings, 2 hours each time of really spending time together to learn, to dive deep into each of these 8 focus areas, and to contribute their thoughts, as well as gather input from those whom they represent and bring that back to the committee. So one of the first things that we wanted to revisit, this came up at the committee of the whole, and we want to make sure that we keep this at the forefront. Whenever we are seeing issues with our data or within our schools, and we're starting to see some opportunity gaps, we want to look at what is the reason behind it. And we spent quite some time over the course of the last year plus really looking at what those data pieces were telling us and how we were meeting the needs of our students, and then looking at what are the options that we have available to us to help address those needs. So we could look at redistricting, which is changing our boundaries within our neighborhoods. We could look at closing schools. We did a significant amount of data looking at schools and the number of students, and how we have too many facilities compared to our number of current students. We've also could look at construction opportunities. How do we add on to our schools, or do we build new buildings? And then looking at moving programs, which we have done as recently as this year. So those are all things that we have, are very traditional opportunities that we explored in looking at how we best address our situation. And if you remember this slide, this is 30 plus years of looking at our history of doing all of those things, whether it be construction, a boundary change, or a program move, or even prior to this, school closures. So we have a long history of utilizing all of those opportunities to try to address some of our immediate needs. So what we're seeing today is not what individual thing can we do to address our current need, but looking more in depth at a comprehensive solution that might be a better answer, rather than year after year after year of moving groups of students through programming, which has been our most significant go-to. And then when we talk about our data and we talk about groups of students who are not performing at the same levels, this might be a data point that we would point to. When we look at construction costs and adding on classrooms, which now we have buildings that are over capacity, we have buildings that are under capacity that have had previous classroom additions. So we wanted to take on the very monumental task of looking at what could be if we did something more comprehensive, if we did something that really built us further into the future, so that we could be sustainable as a system, regardless of the fluctuations that we see within our communities, within our neighborhoods, whether we gain new students or we lose some students, how could we really address this and still focus on student outcomes? So this is a visual that I shared with the board last year early on when we really talked about our equity work. And this is something that we had the opportunity to share with our equity task force at its last meeting to really just highlight and give a visual to what we are trying to achieve. So we are not a literal tree. We are not actually giving apples, but this is a representation of the tree as our system. And when we have inequalities within our system, we have some kids who are getting and some kids who are not. When we have equality and we give the same to every child, the same tools, the same resources, some children may still continue to thrive and others may not. When we get towards equity, we start to differentiate. We start to build different supports for different students so that they can all access what they need. But what isn't fixed when we go from equity to justice is the tree itself. So this is just a very visual representation, something that I think speaks to all educators from the giving tree analogy of how do we take our system and look at how we might fix it for a long-term solution in order to best address our needs. So last time we met, the question was asked of the board, from the board, of what do we do if we don't move forward with this more comprehensive plan? So my response is that we continue to do the things that we have been doing. When we look at what we've been able to accomplish in just the last year and some of the fruits of our labor that Tom just shared with us, we are going to continue to do those things. We are focusing in on curriculum. We are focusing in on our schedules and how we can address those needs through win time, what I need, interventions, our MTSS system, all of those supports that we will continue to do regardless of the outcome of this equity journey. But I want to be very clear on some of the things that we are currently dealing with that we will continue to deal with should we maintain our status quo, which is just what we will call it for the sake of no major shifts. So the first would be that we look from a per building resource allocation, shifting it to a more student needs resource allocation. So rather than just every building gets one interventionist, every building gets one instructional coach, we really start to look at our student data, as we just did, and start to address which schools need more assistance and how do we allocate resources, both personnel and otherwise, across the student needs as opposed to just per building. The second piece is looking at our dual language program. And when we get into one of our slides, I will actually ask Dr. Perdomo to address that a little bit, because that is looking at our one-way and our two-way programs and how we can best consolidate those to ensure that we have all students having their needs met. But when in a status quo system, we may not have the full numbers to be able to apply that out to every school. So consolidating might still mean that some buildings have it and some buildings do not, based on the number of students who are in those programs. Then what we have done and what we did even this year and what we would need to continue to do is to move staff to meet those class size fluctuations. So again, when we look at teachers who we split a kindergarten classroom a week before school starts and we have to move a staff member into that position, those are not ideal situations for our staff, not ideal for our families, not ideal for us as a system, but that's what we end up doing when we have fluctuations from building to building and grade level to grade level. The class size ranges, again, because of the way the layout is, we would look at still maintaining those broad class size ranges across grade levels and across our schools, or even looking at, do we need to return back in some of our schools where we can't turn students away? How do we ensure that we don't have class sizes that exceed what's reasonable, and looking at other opportunities? Transportation route times, again, that's something that I think we continue to focus in on. So if we stay in status quo, we would want to hopefully move eventually out of a bus driver shortage and moving more towards getting those routes that we need and looking at how we can find ways to reduce transportation times for our students. This year, we added portable classrooms to both Frost and to Brentwood due to their facility sizes, as well as splitting classrooms at Frost. So when we look at that, we had looked at a 1-year use of those, but those might be something that we invest in long term, and that may need to change locations depending on how our schools' enrollments change from year to year. And then as we have this year, we would continue to have singletons, those teachers who are the only ones at their grade level in their programs, and have less opportunities for grade level collaboration across their school. And some schools who have more teachers have greater access to collaboration. So before I move on to going to the pairing options, I do just want to recognize that we have a significant number of our school leaders who are with us today. I want to thank our principals for giving of their time to be here. These are their stories that they see and manage every single day. These are not mine. These are not at the ad center. These are the ones that we see through our principals and through their scheduling and through their management of their personnel resources within each of their schools. And so at any point, if there are questions from our board later this evening that our principals would be best suited to answer, I definitely want to make sure their voices are represented in the room. But these are their stories of what they manage on a day-to-day, along with their staff and getting their teachers' input as well. So we had an option A and we had an option B that we looked at for our pairing options. There were subtle differences between option A and option B. And in looking at those, we went back to Equity Task Force and we tried to really look again at the finer details. We also got several questions through our Google form, really talking about some of the nuances as well as some teacher input, and looking at what would be the best of both of these so that we could get closer to one final option to present to the board for our November meeting. So we have our new option C, and option C is now looking at the option A from the south end of the district, but looking at option B to the north of the district to ensure that we maintain those balances across our 3 junior highs and not overcrowding any of them. And I do want to reiterate, and this was updated as of the last time that we met, is that when we talk about a school being repurposed, we're talking about exploring opportunities while the district maintains ownership of that facility. If the district would like to maintain and we had that space to explore opportunities for expansion of early learning, that would be something that we would dig deep into, we would explore, we would gather data before implementing anything from that standpoint. But it would allow us to maximize the number of students within each of those pairings to be able to expand our resources. The junior high look for option C we thought was important to note as well. So you can see the pathway of how students would travel from K through 5, K to 2, 3 to 5, and then up 6 through 8. One of the things that we are continuing to look into, and we've had a few community members who have added this to the conversation, is also looking at our high school pathways. And while we are not District 214, we do recognize that that has an impact on our students. So we did add in the map of the current District 214 high school boundaries. So you can see a large percentage of our students go to Elk Grove High School. We have a second largest going to Rolling Meadows, and then our last group going up to Prospect. So when you look at these side by side, you can see, and actually we go here from here. So there is the junior high option, and then that is the overlay with District 214. So we continue to look at some of our areas where those pathways aren't super consistent, but we also want to prioritize balancing out our schools and balancing out those two kind of competing needs. So the next portion, we're going to walk through our 8 tiles, our 8 focus areas, so that we can kind of just do a side-by-side comparison. So when we heard from the board, how do we measure our success? How do we kind of keep a scorecard of how these needs would be met through a pairing structure? So looking at left to right, access to programming. So status quo, that's kind of our current model. We would continue to offer our dual language programming. We would again continue to have singleton classes in monolingual as well as dual language Spanish. We would have it at 7 schools with 1 school for our dual language Polish. And then we also have families who decline services due to the program location. And that's where they have to choose to stay in their neighborhood school or leave that school to go access the programs that they need. In a paired structure, we have presented to you previously is that we would be able to expand our dual language Spanish to be offered at all schools. Dual language Polish being offered in multiple locations. This is something that we're continuing to get feedback on because dual language Polish offers our most flexibility and it is our smallest program. So that's something where we continue to get input from our school and from our parents on that piece before we land on our final recommendation, as well as expanding program opportunities through our community partnerships. So an expansion of our ELC, having that extra building space to do that, and then expanding our elementary specials rotations through a new structure that we talked about at the committee of the whole. So rather than just having PE, art, music, and our library time, we would be able to expand and perhaps introduce a new rotation. I heard STEM mentioned earlier. Those are opportunities that we could add in when we have a consolidation of our teachers across multiple grade levels in a school. So I'm going to actually turn it over to Dr. Perdomo just to talk a little bit about the dual language piece and kind of an update on where we're at for both Spanish and Polish.
So I'll start with the Polish dual language. I just want to make sure that everybody is aware that we are doing a dual language Polish audit this year. So we are starting those conversations. I'm actually meeting with our representative this Friday, and we're going to start the timeline of what that'll look like. Just like with Spanish, we'll have community input. We're going to have focus groups with our families, our parents. We're going to have, classroom observations, go through that whole gamut to really understand what are our strengths and what are our areas of growth within our Polish dual language. I think that's going to also provide us a lot of information to make determinations of how do we move forward with that and also get that input that we need. I think with dual language, within the pairing structure, when we talk about one-way and two-way, I just want to make sure that we all understand that in the pairing structure, what will happen with the two-way dual language is it allows our families to have more opportunities to be inclusive in the program if they wanted to be, meaning that schools beyond John Jay, Salt Creek, and Juliet Low would now have the opportunity to have a two-way model to allow also our EL students to also be able to be inclusive within those students within their own community. Right now, our families that aren't in John Jay, Salt Creek, or Low, if they want to participate in a two-way model, they do have to leave their neighborhood school in order to participate in the program. And some also choose not to do that because of the fact that they want to stay within their neighborhood school. This would allow then all of our families to have those opportunities across all of our schools. More importantly, I think what it does, though, is that it creates those opportunities as we look at how do we continue to grow our dual language program, is really trying to be inclusive and allow all families to participate in our programs as they want to or they see fit. Remember, the goal of dual language is to allow our students to become bilingual, biliterate, and bicultural, but it's also to get to that fluency of English. And what a great model to get to there when you have models of English in your class and vice versa. What a great way to become bilingual when you have great models of bilingualism in those classrooms. So allowing for more expansion of the two-way provide us those opportunities. I think with the dual language Polish as well, something that we can look at, and obviously the audit will share with us as well, is how do we create opportunities for inclusivity with our Polish dual language as well. A lot of our families right now, the only way to participate in Polish dual language is that you have to qualify for services. Well, we have a lot of families that may not qualify for services, but would love for their child to still continue to be a part of the dual language Polish program, continue to build on that culture that they have and they admire and they cherish. And this is another opportunity that we can give them to be able to expand on that and even consider looking at, depending on what the audit says, are there opportunities for a two-way model within dual language Polish as well? So it's keeping those options open. That's what it allows us with that pairing model. Unfortunately, with the status quo, because of the limitations that we would have and the building spaces that we would have, it would not allow us to be able to expand on some of those key components that I think would be a great aspect to our programming.
Thank you, Dr. Perdomo. Okay, in looking at class sizes, again, a lot of this is repetition to really look at what our current state of class sizes are. We're looking at 10 to 30. Our average class size is still pretty healthy, but when you look at our range, that tells a much more accurate story of what is happening out in our schools. Looking at our compliance needs, that we are not meeting our compliance for our State Board of Ed school administrative code around our dual language classes, as well as just being able to adequately accommodate those enrollment changes and the grouping needs. So in our current status quo, that's a challenge. When we're looking at how do we flexibly group, how do we create intervention groups, how do we resource across that, those class sizes are definitely impeding on our ability to do that. And then we would see, as we would continue to see that increase in involuntary staff transfers, again, moving staff to meet the changing class sizes across the district. In a paired model, we have already shown that we could maintain our average class size of 18. We'd have our ranges in a much healthier, tighter range. We would see the low end still falling in some of our dual language classes, so we'd actually be able to meet that ISB compliance. We'd be able to support a long-term stability and capacity regardless of those enrollment changes. And we talked a little bit about that. When we see swings in our demographics and our enrollment, our paired model structure would give us a greater opportunity to withstand those changes without drastically increasing class sizes. And then looking at our increased student grouping choices, that flexibility, as well as inclusivity. The more opportunity, when we talk about diversity within a classroom, that is an asset. And the more opportunities we have to be in a diverse setting for our students, the more they are growing and it impacts them both social, emotionally, and academically. And then being able to create a more stable staffing environment for all of our teachers and our support staff who really want to create a situation where they're not having to change grade levels or change schools year after year. From our demographics, you've seen the charts. Again, in our status quo, we see large discrepancies between our schools. We have ranges that vary from 14 to 71 for our Hispanic students, 11 to 78% for our white students. So again, those limited opportunities for students to apply, learn social awareness skills. In a paired structure, more students, greater balance. We are increasing our neighborhoods. We are not removing our neighborhoods. We are expanding our neighborhoods to be more inclusive and more diverse. And that opportunity for our students to experience that, we know best supports them when they make that transition to junior high. Just an example I wanted to share, because this is a real living example that's happening in our schools today. We can read about diversity in books. We can go on field trips. We can have guest speakers. We can learn through reading and hearing about those things. But our students learn best when they're doing and when they're actually experiencing it. So for example, we have one of our schools who has a student who has a need for a support service dog. And that school has had an amazing opportunity to learn what that means and what that experience is like in their classrooms, in their schools. Families are aware, students are seeing it every day, and it develops them in different ways than just seeing a movie or reading it in a book. And those opportunities extend beyond ability levels, beyond demographics, beyond learning styles. That's the richness that diversity can bring to our students. And one of the assets I truly believe is of value in District 59 as a whole. Enrollment, again, this is trying to hit that minimum level of 300 so that we really can make sure we have that in those class sizes, those extracurricular offerings, making sure that we're not overcrowded. When we are in our status quo, those are the things that we are experiencing on a day-to-day basis right now. When we move into a paired structure, we are looking at greater balance and being able to at least meet that minimum threshold of 300. Recognizing that we are adding an additional transition for our students, knowing that they will do that transition together, not be separately, but those kids will transition together from second to third grade. Facility and capacity usage, again, looking at our schools and how we can maximize their usage, being good financial stewards of our community, as well as just how it feels within a building when we are operating at an optimal usage of our buildings. Not too many, not too few, and being able to run our programs optimally in each of our schools. The resource allocation, this is again moving from in that status quo. Right now, we are looking at that building based. What we would want to shift to is how we really create that student base. But again, we're looking at those involuntary transfers. We're looking at students not having all of their needs met. One of the examples that we shared previously, when we look at our MTSS, we have some schools who are able to service students from the 40th percentile and below. We have some that are able to service from the 10th percentile and below. We need to address that, whether we're in status quo or more easily and effectively if we move into a paired structure. So the greater balance of student needs is what allows us to greater distribute and balance our resources, such as staff. Having that stability year to year, there's predictability in that. I'm not going to wonder whether or not I'm going to move from kindergarten to 5th grade or vice versa, and having to learn new curriculum year after year. And then that professional learning opportunity, that collaboration for our teachers across multiple teachers in a grade level. And that's one of the things that we hear consistently from our staff as something that they really value and something that they would really like to have for those who do not have it. We do recognize, though, that if we move to a paired structure model, we are having staff who would ultimately move. We would solicit their preferences. We would get their input. Where would they like to be to make it as smooth and as successful as possible? We have some teachers who definitely prefer primary over intermediate, and we would want to know that before making any staffing decisions. Transportation. This is one that we know has been a struggle for us as a district. And I think this one is one we were very concerned about the impact in a paired structure, how that might look. And what I think we were really able to look at in a paired structure is that while we may have more students who qualify for transportation, we are drastically reducing the amount of time students collectively are spending on a bus to and from school each way. So we can look at that data, and I want to thank Dr. Sager because he asked some great questions, and we have some tables that we can get into that show that we would actually be able to cut the total number of minutes spent by students on buses in half. And then lastly, our student outcomes. And this one, I think our benchmarking report really highlighted it the most. Being able to focus on the things that we love to do and that you hired us to do, focusing in on curriculum, our assessment plans, all the work that's encompassed in our strategic plan so that we can ensure we are truly meeting the needs of not some learners, but all learners.
Dr. Bresnahan, could we go back to the transportation again? Because I just want to make sure that everyone had a chance to hear that.
Yes.
So could you please explain, we're increasing the number of students who will be having transportation, but reducing the number of minutes per ride. So when you multiply the number of riders versus the average number of minutes to get total transportation time, what's the difference between status quo and current model?
Okay, so I can take you there now if you would like. Actually, Ben, would you just flip all the way to that very last slide? We have some resource slides that we were
if you want to get to it at the end.
Oh, that's okay. We'll go. I think let's talk about it now. So when we look at the current, you see in the current model, 3,310 students that qualify for busing. You see the increase. So we have option A, B, and C. I would suggest we focus in on option A. That does increase the number of students who qualify for transportation. That is absolutely understood. We maintain the exact same number of routes. Our low times go from 9 minutes to 2 minutes. Our high times go from 59 to 56. Again, still have students who, the more stops we add, and we haven't finalized all of this. This is based on just the program as we input data. But when you look down at the bottom total transportation minutes, so 3,310 students are riding for a total of 200,708 minutes each day. When we look at option C, even with an increase of 600 plus students, the total minutes transported is less than half at 99,892. So the board, would you like me to continue on transportation, or would you like me to wrap the piece up? Because we can talk about transportation if you'd like.
I think we should wait for that discussion portion of it.
Okay. So if we go back real quick into there. And I want to thank our transportation department. They have been running scenario after scenario and plugging all of this in with real-time data with our students as of today. So I just want to thank them because they've spent a lot of time in putting these pieces together for us. Okay, so as we look for, we are now October 10th. As you recall, our goal is November 14th. We have our full plan. We do not anticipate that we are going to have any more data sets, but more so, what are
Terry,
the things?
Dr. President, did we finish student outcomes?
Yes.
Okay, we did. Okay.
Yeah. I just kind of, this was more of a summary piece of really looking at all of those other areas really impacting how we provide instruction. So looking at staffing and the impact on staff, who we know are the people who are going to be responsible for ensuring that our students are getting what they need. So we want to make sure that staff, we hear their preferences, that they are able to submit that to us, and that we make decisions in a timely manner. If people are going to have to move, we want to make sure that we don't do it last minute, and then we allocate enough time for them to know where their assignments would be. And then we want to look at scheduling and planning for our elementary specials, which we said we would be able to add a new rotation into that. And we want to work with our teachers, especially our specials area teachers, so that they could give us input, as well as collecting student voice and parent voice about what they would like to see in addition to our K-5 experience. We do not anticipate, and I want to thank Mr. Vittori. He has run all of our staffing numbers. We do not anticipate that moving into a paired model would be a reduction in any number of staff. And in fact, we would be able to create some new positions that current staff may be interested in. We talked at length at our equity task force about transition plans, and that was included in the equity task force report. So looking at what is the short-term plan for how would we make this transition for the upfront one-time transition, how would we ensure that that would be successful, looking at opportunities for school visits, how our staff would collaborate ahead of time, how we would run open houses. Collectively, our teachers and our parents really developed a pretty good extensive list of opportunities that they would like to see in order to support our students, our families, and our staff through the upfront change. And then looking long-term, same as we make those transitions from 5th to 6th grade. And as we make our transition for our early learners up to kindergarten, how do we support students and families through that added transition for the long term, creating school buddies, school visits. We have a lot of access to digital opportunities as well as we talked about parent-teacher organizations and ability to have events at one school and the other, and really broadening and doubling their neighborhood in order to support those kinds of activities for their families. Transportation, we want to take that, we want to customize it. Once we land on option C, we want to take it and now just not have the program model, but let our transportation department do their magic and really looking at how we maximize our routes. And then looking at our facility preparations. We've already spoken we've spoken here at our board meetings, as well as at our facility and finance committee, about our needs for elementary gym spaces. That's a need that really is regardless of what option the board decides to take. We want to provide more opportunities for gym, and we are doing that through the new schedule, but we know that gym space is very tight at the elementary buildings, some more so than others. So we'd want to build a plan on how we could expand those, again, regardless. And then looking at how we would maximize our library resource centers to ensure that they were fit to service the grade level bands that they would be designed for. Then looking at how we model our communication and how we work with our staff and our community on any change that would be coming. And then looking at those success indicators and the review of our scorecard across all 8 areas of focus. This would become an annual review of those 8 areas. And how are we really looking at class sizes and enrollment and our demographic balances across our schools, as well as how many students are getting access to interventions into the programs that we need. Those would be our success indicators year after year in knowing how any type of transition to a school pairing model is working in our community. So the implementation timeline, this is where we left, and this is where we still are. When we look at our 2 options that we talked about at the last committee of the whole, the option 1 is fully implementing for school year 23-24. That means moving to the school pairings and implementing the boundary changes. Option 2 would be a phased implementation across 2 years. So year 1, looking at how do we, if we go 2 years, how do we minimize a double transition for incoming kindergarten students? How might in year 1 we really look at our junior high boundaries to alleviate some of the overcrowding that currently exists, as well as looking at consistent calendars to make that transition easier in year 2. And then in year 2, making that final move to the all school pairings route. So our hope is after tonight's discussion, we'll have more direction from the board. But what we hope to do between now and November is start to get more staff and teacher input specifically around timeline and how that might best work across our organization. We've already done an initial poll with our principals, but we want to continue to get input now that we have more details on a plan. And the other point that I would like to make that I mentioned a little bit earlier, any repurposing of a school would follow its own timeline. So if we wanted to create an additional early learning center, if we wanted to create some type of community resource center, we would look at that on its own and developing a timeline for implementing that piece of it. So where we are today is looking at a full recommendation on November 14th. And then ultimately, we would be asking the board to take action on approval of a paired model with the boundary changes with a recommended timeline. I can go through some of the details of option C, or we could save that for during the question and discussion portion.
What would you guys do? Save more discussion?
All right. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to comments and suggestions from the public. Okay, before we begin, I'm going to quickly read a statement. This is the point of the meeting where we welcome public comments. Tonight is a regularly scheduled Board of Education business meeting. The purpose of the meeting is for the board to properly address the items on the agenda publicly as required by the Open Meetings Act. To allow the board time needed to address all agenda items, we ask you to please limit your comments to 3 minutes. A board member will serve as timekeeper and will give the speaker notice when there are 30 seconds remaining to allow speaker time to complete or summarize their thoughts. Public comment during a business meeting is a time for the meeting to listen to is a time for the board to listen to comments from the public. But this is not a time for two-way discussion between the board and the public. Please understand the board will not ask nor answer questions. If you have questions or wish to have your response to any item, please submit your comments in writing and the superintendent will follow up with you with a response. We also want to remind you, those in attendance, that this meeting is being video live streamed. The video meeting will be also archived and available for viewing after the meeting has adjourned. For those of you sharing a public comment, please be mindful that you're being broadcast live and your comment will be included in the video archive. With that, Melissa Redmond.
Is it to keep extending the dual language opportunities, or is it to get the curriculum for our children? Because many parents in the community feel that curriculum is our main priority. Our children need to be proficient in reading, writing, and math and spelling so they can compete with surrounding districts and eventually go to college. Another problem the district is claiming is the fact that the dual language program is not in. Should I start over? Is my time going to start over? Sorry, I didn't know.
We'll start over.
I can restart your time.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. My question to the board is, what is your main priority for our district? Many parents in the community feel it is our curriculum, but I feel that the district is going, it's the dual language program and extending it. Our children need to be proficient in reading, writing, math, and spelling so they can compete with surrounding districts and eventually go to college. Another problem the district is claiming is a dual language program is not in compliance with the student-teacher ratios. Well, here are some questions to think about. I know you're using the access testing. When those students hit a certain level, I think it's 4.8, are they being moved into the English-speaking classrooms? Because then this would lessen the number of students in those programs. And my other question is, why are we segregating kids up to 5th grade and they're not together with their English-speaking peers till they get to middle school? That's very concerning because they need to develop those bonds. Are the dual language programs outperform the English-speaking classrooms? Did you ever think of maybe putting a cap on the dual language program until the curriculum gets better and these kids are learning? Because that is truly concerning. You have the huge percentage of kids like 3 grade levels below. Did you ever consider hiring more teachers for the dual language program? And I'm sorry, but if you pair the schools, you're still going to have the same number of kids in the dual language program, and you're going to have to hire teachers anyway. And in speaking of equity, when I emailed the superintendent about the ESSER funds, I was very concerned with the response I got back. Because a certain amount of those funds are supposed to be used to help with the learning loss from the last 2 years. And I was told that the money was used to purchase resources to support our tier 1, 2, 3 students in MTSS supports, as well as other curriculum and materials and professional development. My question is, why are we using money for students that are at grade level? Shouldn't those funds be used to help kids get out of the tier 2 and tier 3 levels? How is this equity? Why isn't the money and resources being put towards hiring interventionists, getting tutoring before and after school, getting Wilson for those students who are severely below at reading? The community deserves to know what this money was used for. And if you're not willing to share it, maybe we need to do a FOIA request. My last point is class size. And I think these numbers are being finagled. Because if you take Forest View, for example, there's 2 sections of 4th grade with 25.5 students in each class. And in 5th grade, there's 3 sections of 16.7 kids in each class. If you put that together, it's about the same number of kids. But why do you have 3 sections of one and 2 of the other? That again is showing a discrepancy of class size, which is what you're
30 seconds.
Which is what you're trying to persuade us. There's all these class sizes. You did it again at Juliet Low. In 3rd grade, you have 12.3 students in each class for 3 sections. You could easily divide that into 18 kids for 2 sections. You are trying to make an issue when you're just manipulating numbers. I'm sorry. And I don't believe that I'm sorry, but you cannot tell me that moving pairing schools, you're not going to teach your movement. You will have teacher movement, and you know that, and you're lying to the community. Same thing with the busing. So you mean to tell me that if you're wrong, I'm sorry, but our children deserve the best education and curriculum possible. So please think of your priorities for our school and our children.
Thank you.
Are you going to turn your speech in so that we can read it?
No. Yeah. Craig Johnson.
You can just give it to the secretary and she can type it up. But it's pretty hard to catch everything.
Before you start the clock, don't clap yet. You don't know what I'm going to say. Okay, I just give you a heads up here. And again, before you start, first off, I'm here as mayor. I'm not here as Craig Johnson, a grandfather with 5 kids and 59. So I'm not used to a time limit when I'm a mayor, but I'll try to work around it. Usually there's a little deference when we talk, because again, I'm not here to talk about the pros and cons of what's going on here. I'm here to talk about the community as a whole on this issue. So I appreciate if I get a little deference here as we talk a little bit here. I've been mayor of Elk Grove for 26 years, and I've seen a lot of things come to this community, a lot of issues come up before. but I've never had so many people reach out to me, whether phone calling or email. I don't email, so email the village to give it to me, or coming up to me on a contentious issue like I have on this school issue. And as you know, some of you, Mardell, you've been around a long time. I've never come before the board before in the capacity of this, but I'm coming here for an important issue for both the board and the residents. And that issue is we need to show to the neighbors here, family members, we need to show respect to the members of the board here. They are duly elected officials of this community and actually school districts, 4 communities, I believe you're in, four communities. So we do need to show respect to them. You're more than welcome to express your views, your ideas, your concerns. But I beg you, please show it respectfully, because you truly represent this community, this area for the school district. And we always want to be positive in our view out there. We don't want to look like a rabble or problems like that. And please respect that these folks are here volunteering their time to serve. At the end of the day, we may agree to disagree. That may happen, but at least show respect. For the board, I say, and staff, please show respect. When I have a board member saying to me, Mayor, that school is nothing but a bunch of rich white kids, or I have staff saying we're embarrassed of that one school because of the makeup of the student body, that's wrong. That's almost xenophobic. That's not right. And that's not what we should be discussing here. We should discuss the issues that you brought up today in your presentation. So I asked the board to also show respect to the community. They're the ones that you're working, helping for. Please show respect back to them. It's a two-way street. Elk Grove is above those levels. And we need to be that way when it comes to issues like this. So I'm asking both sides, please do that. Now to the residents here.
30 seconds.
Sorry. That's why the word respect was thrown out there. To the residents, in closing, to the residents, I say, regardless how this board makes a decision, please be respectful. You may not agree with it. I respect that. But also remember this, when they make the decision, it's not over. It's not over by any means. There's elections coming up in April. New school boards could be elected.
Time.
Decisions can be changed or can be reinforced. So please keep that in mind as you go through this process. Work together
Time is up.
thank you. Work together for the best of the children. They know that's number one goal. You know that's the number one goal. Let's work together. But again, there's further outcomes.
Thank you,
with
Craig.
elections, and you can go from that point on. Fair enough? Can we get that agreement
Yeah.
between everyone here?
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you for some deference. I appreciate it.
Ethan Buckler?
I am fourth. Is this even on?
Yeah, it's on. It's on. Here, go ahead. Sit it right here.
I am a fourth grader at Salt Creek. I don't want the district to take away kindergarten, first, second. They should not have to leave their school. Please, no, just forget that part. Please don't change my school. All those schools. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
So Ryan Buckler?
You have your own separate time.
Okay.
Please go
perfect.
ahead.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Lang. So as you know, this is my third time coming before the board, and I saw Dr. Brusnahan's presentation, and I still have a couple questions about it. Now, you had the spreadsheet of balancing the numbers, and that way we can fit this program there. But at no point did I see on there anything about the social emotional needs of kids being taken out of their schools and sent somewhere else. Nowhere did I see you address what's going to happen to parents that have multiple kids that now have to be dropped off at different schools. I didn't see any of that. You also said there'd be no more involuntary transfers in your presentation among the staff. Well, you're taking half the school and you're moving half the staff to another school. That seems like a lot of transfers to me. Your bus times, you're going to have more kids riding the buses, and you said you're going to have reduced times. Does that mean that there's going to be more stops where kids have to go further? I'm curious how you gathered that data and where it came from. So after a pandemic where the students' education has been disrupted, why would you want to make such a drastic change? At the last board meeting, you heard from Nico, a third grader at Robert Frost, tell you that this is the first normal school year that he has ever had since kindergarten, which was cut short by the pandemic. He spent first grade on the computer, second wearing masks, and he told you that your plan will create stress for kids, which will make it harder to learn. He asked that you please keep schools K-5. Our kids do not want to be taken out of their schools where they feel a sense of community and belonging thanks to the hard work of the teachers over many years. I've also spoken to a number of teachers across the district that are opposed to your plan. Teachers have spent many years building relationships with families and creating a positive climate and culture for their students. And they do not want to be involuntarily transferred out of their schools because a handful of people want to make a change where there is no research to show it will work. If you close Ridge School, the most successful school in the district, many residents stated that they are going to put their homes up for sale. And when prospective buyers look to move into the neighborhood and see so many houses on the market, they will learn that the school district created this hardship among residents. With so many houses for sale and few potential buyers, the values of our homes will decrease. This does not just apply to the neighborhood at Ridge School, but other neighborhoods as well. You heard Mayor Johnson, someone who has lived in Elk Grove Village his entire life, tell you that he has some concerns about this plan as well. He spent over 2 decades making Elk Grove one of the top communities to live in. It is a place where people grow up as kids and decide to live as adults. A decision to pass grade level centers will destroy the many years of hard work of the mayor and village board. Please don't do this. We do not want this. The community is telling you we don't want this. Our kids are telling you we don't want this. Please do not pass this.
Thank you. Lucas, and I'm not going to try and pronounce your last name. I'm sorry. But can you pronounce it for us for the record, please? Stemska? Sorry. I'm sorry, I'm not going to.
Lucas, absolutely fine. I mean, it is.
Thank you, Luke. Yeah.
Absolutely. Is that better?
Yeah.
So sorry if I'm going to be a little bit rusty. It's my first time here, but I am a concerned parent from Mount Prospect. I have 2 kids. I actually have 2 kids already being split in different schools because one is NSSEO for special needs, and the second one is actually being bused from Mount Prospect to Claremont for the dual language program. So I think I'm coming here with a very specific perspective, and I wanted to definitely share with you. And I apologize if I had a little bit of an outburst of laugh, but that's because I do have a very specific perspective on busing. No disrespect to anyone here in this room. I respect everybody here. Well, first, I think I wanted to say I support everything that was said before by other parents and concerned citizens,
Keep up to the
neighbors.
microphone, please.
I share all of those concerns. I am definitely sharing concern that I've heard from other parents that it is going to be tremendously impossible if you have kids split between different schools. I have to deal with it right now, and my wife most of the time can't work because of it. So if you think it's easy for us to just say, oh, okay, that's fine. My daughter's going to go north, my son's going to go south, only because they're a couple years apart. But doesn't matter if you bought a house right by the school, we're going to bus you anyway. There is no logic for me there. I don't believe it works, and it shouldn't. It would definitely increase number of buses needed, number of children in the buses. I mean, you said it yourself that that the numbers are going to go up. I mean, if you average out, maybe there's going to be some advantages, but I don't think we need to look at averages to say how the impact on kids. My daughter right now is taking more than 40 minutes. Sometimes it's an hour door to door because of the busing situation. Even though it takes me 10 minutes to drive her to school, and that's okay. I understand we signed up for it, but if we telling our students, our parents, our teachers, our students that, hey, you're gonna have less time on a bus, how is it possible that suddenly you're gonna take
30
somebody from
seconds.
one side of half of the population from one side of the area? It's not just even one town, right? And you're gonna bus them to the other, and vice versa. Just and ignore the fact that we are all built on community schools. The reason why we all come to the neighborhood, the reason why we choose the neighborhoods, reason why we want to be in this family-friendly community schools. Suddenly, no, you're going to be bussed around like cattle. I do not believe this is going to help us, the community.
Time is up.
And it's going to decrease the buses. I would love to see the research like it was asked for before. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. First thing I kind of wanted to ask was along the social emotional learning lines was how are we assessing students in their social emotional learning right now? What kind of tools are being used, and are we assessing them post-pandemic, pre-pandemic, and currently, right? And with that in mind, I'm please asking school board to vote no with the school pairings. As much as I'd like to say that our district values the goals and districts of the child first, they really don't. They talk about growth and achievement, inclusive learning environments, family and community partnerships, and stewardships of resources. Yes, those are all centered around the child, and yes, they're all important to a healthy school district, but not one of them discusses putting our children and students first. Not one of them reflects on what our communities have been through the past 3 years. Not one of them talks about the current mental status of children around the nation right now. Not one of them was written with the idea of a pandemic in mind. Right now, we need to focus on what is best for right now. Not in a few months, not in a few years, not the future, but right now. Right now, what is imperative is that getting our children back on track with learning, filling their academic learning gaps, and fostering positive mental health environments. Many families are not quite back to normal. Many families are still suffering from pandemic hardship. Many families still need time to heal. If you don't believe me, just talk to any middle school teacher. I'm one of them. The children are not okay. This is what is best for our children right now. Choosing the draft option that Cropper has put together will be detrimental to their academic progress. It'll rip communities apart and create more social and emotional instability, taking our kids through another train wreck. As a teacher, I really wanted to counter all of the benefits Dr. Bresnahan had listed, because I can think of a few, but honestly, none of that really matters. What matters most is my child, my neighbor's children, your child, and now you. School board members, do not put the responsibility of deconstructing our children once again in your hands. Don't do it.
Thank you. Nicole Kitzinger.
All right. So I'm really glad that we have some principals here in attendance today, but no teachers. No teachers are here today. No D59 teachers. You are, but right, a D59 teacher. Yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad to see you. One. We got one. Were you invited by the superintendent? No. Okay. So I want to just start by, we want to allow all students the opportunity to take part in the two-way dual language program as a choice, which I think is fantastic because, being multilingual, it's amazing. But we want to take away Ridge as a choice. Equity? I don't know. So I won't say your name out loud, but one of the people sitting before us says that Ridge is full of rich white kids, something I've heard quite a bit in recent days. So tell me again how these changes are not about race. I wonder, what do you think the same about Claremont, or is there just something you have specifically against Ridge? My children have many friends from Ridge. They are Hispanic, Black, Asian, yes, white. They speak Spanish. They speak Polish. They speak Bulgarian, Russian. Thank you so much. So many. We had a sleepover this weekend, and my daughter was learning Polish from her friend from Ridge, and it was fantastic. They are boys, girls from different grades, K through 5 as well. Some have siblings, some don't. Some have single parents, 2 moms, 2 dads, no parents, grandma, grandpa, aunts, uncles raising them. It doesn't matter. They're from all different walks of life, and it's fantastic. I am proud of our school, and I do see it as diverse. It sickens me that, one, you would speak about elementary age children as being rich white kids, assuming that they're rich. We all know what assuming gets you. It is known that Ridge is outperforming other schools in the district. Are you telling me that pulling all the kids from Ridge and moving them around will average out our schools? After talking to other parents in the district, I see that some teachers are utilizing materials that aren't necessarily part of the curriculum, but they are needed to teach our children foundational basic knowledge to be successful for life. There are documents that have been sent home with my children that I have compared with other parents in this district that they are not getting from their teachers. That means my kids' teachers are taking time and money out of their own bank to help my child learn the right way.
30 seconds.
Kids need to know about working hard and that making mistakes is okay, and they need to know how to correct them. I don't see that being done in our current curriculum. Not being coddled through their formative years and expecting that as adults. Look at some of our young adults in real life today. They're looking for the easy way to get by. Real life is not all fun and games. It takes responsibility. There are deadlines. You can't just quit when things get hard and you don't like it. Our kids need to be taught that you will be graded at your job. You will be criticized and corrected. Teach them how to handle that now. I've also heard that someone else sitting up here thinks that Ridge is morally repugnant, offensive to the mind, detestable, obscene, repulsive. And let me tell you that at Ridge Family Center for Learning, we have families that are committed to their children's future, who participate in school-wide activities and take time to get to know one another.
Thank you.
School pairings will
Nicole,
not
if you'd like
fix
to
the
turn that in, we
children
could
who
put
are
it as part of
multiple
our
grade
thing.
levels behind. School pairings won't fix the inequities of their education, but a solid curriculum will.
Thank you. Would you like to include that? Would you like to turn that in, Nicole? Sarah Dizak?
Hi, my name is Sarah Zach. I am a resident of Elk Grove. I'm a former public school teacher, and my son starts kindergarten in District 59 next year. Members of the board, I've addressed you twice before regarding the equity journey, and I had written my own statement to read to you tonight. But shortly before the meeting, I was contacted by a respected group of teachers and staff in District 59 who asked me to read a written statement on their behalf. Because the teachers have been effectively denied a significant voice in the discussion thus far, I thought it was more important to read you their comments instead. So this is what they sent me. Good evening. First, we would like to thank you for all of your service to District 59. We recognize the hours that you have given to make this district better for students and teachers. We are a group of concerned teachers and staff. Forgive us for not identifying ourselves and speaking at this meeting, but our trust in the positions of superintendent, superintendency team, and school board eroded several years ago, and unfortunately will take some time to rebuild. That being said, we are asking this board and superintendent to honestly consider public opinion and the opinion of quite a few teachers. The decision to pair schools will affect the lives of both groups. The talk of school pairings has created great anxiety for parents, teachers, students, and staff. We are not against change. However, we are weary from the amount of change we have endured over the last 4 years. This is not just about COVID's effects. We are talking about grade level changes, changes of classroom, constant curriculum changes, administration changes at the school level, safety protocol changes, and the list goes on. While you may find research to the contrary, there is evidence that a high number of school transitions may detrimentally affect student achievement. In fact, multiple studies have shown that many school transitions can result in decreased academic achievement, an increase in negative student behavior, and fewer positive teacher-student relationships. While we appreciate that grade level pairings may facilitate grade level collaboration, there is a loss of vertical conversation and understanding of academic expectations of the upper or lower grades. Thank you for your time.
Sarah, can you turn that one in? Yeah, so we need to be attached or notes so we can. Natalie Pikersgill.
This is my wife Natalia.
Natalia.
And we write a short speech for you, board members. Hello.
You have to get close to it.
Hello, one more time. My name is Aurimas, and this is my wife Natalia. We are from Roberts Frost School. We have one daughter, and this is our point of view. Maybe a little bit different than everybody's, but this is our personal opinion. We immigrated to this country 20 years ago from Ukraine because in our country where we were born and raised, we had equity. In other words, socialism. We had this equity system for many years, and it did not work at all. Because if you want to have a better community, better school, and better life, we believe that you have to work for it and earn it, not to get everything for free. Equity will divide communities like divided our country a long time ago. And please give us an opportunity for parents to have a choice, not equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Renata Jablonski.
Good evening. My name is Renata Jablonski, and I am an immigrant. First of all, I'm what they consider Polish American. I've been in this country for 26 years and a resident of Elk Grove Village for 21. I'm also a parent of 3 boys. All of them went through 59 district schools, and I am most of all rich parent. My all boys went to Rich. One is still there. And just want to say Rich is the greatest school ever. They provide all kind of programs for different children. My oldest son was a TTP program. My middle child needed a special attention, so he was in a 509 program. And thank you, God, my third one is just an average child. But all issues has been addressed there, and we have such a wonderful school. We are the school that pilot so many different programs. We were the one that offered preschool. When my first son started, he actually started in Rich Preschool. We had 2 classrooms. We offer full-time kindergarten, and we offer dual language program as a first school in a district. Many programs has been implemented from our school. We are a great school, so please, first and most, please don't close our school, because it seems like it has been a problematic school for many years. As far as the preschool, from the perspective of an immigrant, we do not need huge preschool. We were talking, I attended pretty much all the meetings, and I've seen the change in the districts. I have seen the changes in the demographics of our district. And I do see a need of educating children. But preschool, especially for immigrants, it's not a popular option. We are multi-structural families. We have grandmas, grandpas, aunts, uncles, and that's what we do. I mean, majority of the board, I believe, are not immigrants, not at least not the firstborn immigrants. This is not something we're looking for. We feel more comfortable having our children at home at such an early age. Kindergarten, totally different thing. Children need to speak English. That was the first thing I've learned when I came to this country. Everybody told me, pay taxes and learn English. So I do understand a need of dual language programs is great, but I don't think we should have them for such a long time. Children learn very fast. My kids,
30 seconds.
When they went to school, they spoke some English. Within 6 months, they were fluent. So quickly, transportation. We don't need to make so many changes. My son goes to Rich. We live 3 minutes from Rich. He's on the bus for 20 minutes. With all the other options, he will be on the bus to Salt Creek, which probably be another 15 minutes. Like I said, I'm glad we have grandma and grandpa, so maybe they will help us around. But most of all, we need a better curriculum. We need more teachers, especially for dual language programs, and help our children to exceed and go in the great future. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Madel?
Hello. Can you hear me? I'm an educator, Elk Grove Village taxpayer, and most importantly, a parent of a Bird first grader. I'm usually a quiet parent and trust that those in charge will choose to do what is best for our children. But I can no longer be quiet. Working in a large district at a Title I school, I fully understand the need for making things more equitable. There are needs my building that I work at has that others do not. Looking through an educator's lens, I think it is okay that buildings offer different programs and different resources. We need to focus on what the individual buildings need and make improvements to provide their needs. Pairing the schools is not the only way to achieve the equity component within our district. This is a very drastic change to make without having any supportive data that this, in fact, would make improvements. Much of what is being presented is what you think can happen. Our students and teachers have been through enough the past couple of years. We need to focus on providing our students and teachers some consistency. Our number one priority should be on our children's mental health and safety in our schools. On a personal level, my first grader is thriving at Bird. I did not want to get personal with this, but he has anxiety and it is just increased from the pandemic, and Bird is just a wonderful school for us. And I hope I can say the same thing when my 2-year-old is able to go to Bird. So please vote no on these pairings. Thank you.
Thank you. Has anyone else come to speak before the board?
My name is Robert Nauman, N as in Nancy, A-U, M as in Mary, A-N-N. I introduced myself 2 weeks ago. I won't do any more of that today. Very many things to be responding to from the administration's point of view. First of all, as you're well aware, I would encourage you to vote no on school pairings, okay? Vote no, vote delay, vote to put it off for 3 years. I don't care, but for now, vote no, at least for now. And probably indefinitely, that's what we're all saying to you. Number one, early on, some of the data that you presented said, hey, we could do redistricting. That's not ABC, okay? That's redistricting. It's another option. But the administration kind of threw that out and saying, well, that only addresses school utilization. It doesn't address the issues of equity that we're trying to get at. The problem is everything you're being presented week after week after week has to do with school utilization, okay? Even though we're demonstrating that maybe some people will be mixed around within the school district, okay? If you want to improve school utilization, if you want to improve busing, you can accomplish that through, as the last speaker just said, a number of different ways without having to do the school pairings. About busing in particular, if you look at the options that they're presenting, A, B, C, and D, all the options, not just option C, reduce the bus time to about half. But again, as you're hearing people say, that's reducing bus time for some and increasing it dramatically for others. Obviously, that is going to have a detrimental effect on some of the students. Just pulling down the average doesn't mean that you're improving the situation all the way across, and you could accomplish the same result through, for example, redistricting or putting these very smart people on the bus route challenge and addressing it without pairings. Earlier tonight, I heard somebody mention, and here I need to interrupt. I was not planning on coming this evening. At home, trying to help out with the kids. Kids have got homework, we need to get some things done. And yet I was watching online and seeing, there's a crowd here, but not like we had last time. And there needed to be some encouragement. And I just felt compelled. Something, we need to keep the pressure on. On the issue of PTO volunteers, there was a mention tonight that, hey, this is going to be better if we have pairings. We'll have volunteers to do more through one grade level. I'll tell you the problem with that. My wife is a PTO volunteer right now, and already there are too few volunteers. So what's the solution? You few volunteers don't get to volunteer for your class. You have to volunteer for the whole grade level. Everything you did, multiply it by 4. Now you're going to say everything you're doing, multiply it by 8. You're going to lose volunteers, not gain volunteers, because there's too much work on the volunteers we already have.
30 seconds.
Shifting existing students between schools to achieve uniformity in scores is only pushing all of the scores to a mean. Okay, you want all the scores to look the same across the board? That's not improving education. That's reducing people to an average. Don't stand up for that. Stand up against it. My kids have already attended one of the most diverse schools in this district, which is Salt Creek, and we're fine with that. And I don't want Ridge shut down, even though my kids don't go to Ridge. I want a high-performing school to remain there as an example to the rest of the schools, and I'm happy with the diversity we have at Salt Creek. I don't need it to be watered down. Everybody wants to do something to make a big impact. This board and this administration, this is not the time. Let's see improved curriculum and less violence in the junior highs, and then after that track record is established, we can talk about changes. Vote no.
Thank you.
Yes, board. I moved in this village in 1985.
Can we have your name, please? I'm sorry.
My name's Fred Ziegler.
Thank you.
I moved into this village in 1985. Somebody doesn't understand something maybe when you want to change everything. I checked out the school district when I moved in here before I bought my house. Now you're going to change something here. You're going to tell me that my home values are not going to go down. They're going to go down because nobody's going to want to buy a house when you're going to have to split their kids up back and forth. The neighbor next door to me, Matusiaks, bothered to have the same thing. They came out of one school district and their kids were already grown. The reason why they moved into Elk Grove is because they had the students and the kids that one school. They didn't have to go one place and another place. They didn't have to worry about getting them on a bus or anything like that. And it does not make sense to me. When I lived behind Salt Creek and my son went to Salt Creek, why am I going to bother to turn around and have him be bused someplace else? It just doesn't make sense, guys. I'm sorry. You got a curriculum of teachers that were there. I mean, his kindergarten teacher was the chief of the fire department over here, Fred Rohr. Okay. And you know the parents, you know the teachers, you know the community. You upset the community, you upset everything else. And right now, after this pandemic, I have neighbors right now that their kids are still struggling to go through stuff with because of the pandemic. And now you want to start busing their kindergarten from Salt Creek, or Salt Creek she stays, and their son that's just turned 9 someplace else where the 9-year-old bothers to check up on his sister. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. And then going back to the other one, it's like home values. People are not going to want to buy your house if they're going to find out that you're going to shuffle their kids all over the place. And who's paying for it? They are. Why don't you figure out how you're going to pay for it then if you're going to have them bust everywhere and not have it come out of their parents' pockets? It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm 60 years old. I'm going to retire hopefully in 5 years, like Mr. Johnson, wherever he went. But at the same time, it does not make any bit of sense. To me, being a homeowner and looking at this going, why are you screwing with the kids? Why? Doesn't make sense. If I have to vote on it, I'd say no, because you haven't come up, like the gentleman here said, prior to this, with any doggone numbers or anything like that. You can make numbers talk whatever way you want. And it ain't going to do you any bit of good until you have the proof. I'm sorry. it's just not for me.
Time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Does anybody else come up and speak for the board?
Hello, I'm Louis Latanzio, and I'm friends here with Natalie and Andy and our community as a whole. And we would like you guys not to vote for this because it will really destroy our children's lives and the family and the community that they formed. We're a multinational family. My wife is Filipina, I'm Italian American, and my wife just got her citizenship here. And our children, during COVID, our children made friends with the community, and we were able, because my wife works from home, we were able to take in other children into our house during that time to help the other parents that can't commute. By breaking up these schools and bringing them to other areas, we won't have that form of community. Our children won't have those friends that they can go play with. Our daughter goes to their house, they go to other people's houses, and they interact, they learn, they help educate each other. Our daughter helps teach classes at home on their computers with the other kids. By breaking up these schools and breaking them apart, you're destroying their chance at a good future. And these families are all speaking out against it because they love their children. They believe in their children's lives, and you can't take this back once you do it. Once you break them up and divide them, it's going to be very difficult to put the genie back in the bottle, to put the pieces back together. And that's why we're asking you please to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else come to speak before the board? Okay, with that, we'll be moving on to going back to actually 4.02. We'll have a discussion now. Do you want to go over these last slides first?
Sure. Okay, so we wanted to put together some of the information since we kind of did a hybrid of A, B, so that you could see what option C might look like in that paired model. So we can just go through some of these slides, and I'll call upon Mr. Ludloff as well to kind of go through these pieces with us.
Yeah, so in this option, what we're presenting here is based on the data we have. You see the current classes at each of these schools in these different configurations. Gen Ed integrated. Integrated basically is ESL, monolingual combined. That's how majority of our classes are in the district. One-way dual Spanish, two-way dual Spanish, and then one-way Polish. So you can see as we shift kids around, you can see what there is currently. So in this example, Devonshire is 15, Gen Ed integrated classes, Brentwood has 18. In the option C, it would go to 13 and 15. Brentwood currently has 5 dual language Spanish. Actually, this is a good example. Devonshire last year had 4 classes. Those classes and those kids were shifted to Frost B to avoid running dual language classes. So then we shift out to option C, two-way dual. You can see we'd have 5 and 6. Devonshire being K2, Brentwood being 3-5, and then how that compares and how it compares class sizes. This is all based on this year's data, so we know obviously we'll have new kids next year, things will shift around, but trying to create a apples to apples comparison.
Do we have enough room? I know Brentwood, would we have enough room for Brentwood? Do we have, by losing the school class size, we have room then? I know we've got the temporary classrooms in there.
I believe so in this model that we go, currently we have 23 classrooms. We go down to 21 that I think we would be able to have the classrooms and move fine arts and music back into the school.
Into those 2 open classrooms then?
I believe so, yes.
But then there'll be no room for expansion if necessary again, though.
Correct.
But that leaves a really comfortable class size, which they're one of our schools that has experienced some higher class sizes. So if new students move in, you have more classroom sections to spread them out evenly amongst.
So then this is the south side, same idea of going from current sections to what a pairing model would look like and how that flows across the system. Bird Claremont, Rupley, Salt Creek. I think one thing to point out, it's actually pretty consistent between Bird and Rupley in the current model on the integrated side. That one section sample, that so kids who are in a class for the most part at Rupley or Bird integrated are in one section. So sometimes that could be 14 kids. Sometimes it can be, I think we have a Rupley that has 26 kids. So that flexibility is not there because there's only one section. And you see how that flows across.
Okay, so the same question for Rupley then, because we have our special ed classes there too. There's still room for the additional 6 classrooms with
Yes,
special ed?
absolutely. Rupley has a lot of capacity, and a renovation occurred there a few years ago, or a number of years ago.
So we would not be moving the special ed from that.
We would not have to. I think that's another discussion. Where ELS, does it stay strictly at Rupley, or is it spread between the pairing model or not?
Yeah, I'll let Dr. Ossel chime in on that piece as well for our ELS program.
For ELS, we want to make sure that all of our students within educational life skills have access to inclusive settings. And so for some of our students, that would look like remaining at Rupley or at Salt Creek within an ELS class that can access the gen ed classrooms as well. For other students, they may have more of a need for a very alternative curriculum and less of a need for those inclusive gen ed settings. So it may look like staying at Rupley as well. So for ELS, we have to be really thoughtful about the individual classrooms and the individual student needs and keep both options open so that students who need inclusive settings can access them and students who need more of that alternative curriculum can stay within their classroom, potentially at Rupley, where we also have a sensory room to meet needs. We have an enclosed space for outdoor time and some of the pieces that are more essential for their personal needs. So really within all things in special education, and particularly for our ELS students, we want to make sure that we can make those decisions on a case-by-case basis.
So as we did at our last meeting of the Committee of the Whole, a similar example, here's our current breakdown of demographics, race and ethnicity, and then how that would play out in a north side pairing. The yellow is outside of that 10%, but less than 15%. Red is 15% or greater than the average. So you can see how that plays out into the system, again, based on current data. The next one would show the south side. Similarly, you see how it flows from current to the paired model. And then the junior high. These are some of the other demographics: multilingual, socioeconomic status, special education. Again, same idea, how it flows currently based on this year's data, what a pairing model would look like. This is a south side option, same idea. And then the junior high. This is school utilization. So you can see option C, it's the 5th column. What we project enrollment based on this year's current enrollment to look like at each of those sites, and then how that is impacted by that capacity number. That's the 2nd column. So again, if it's that same idea of, I think in this model, we're looking at 60 to 80% is the target. So if we're under or over that, that's how we're using the color pieces. This is transportation. This is the current model for transportation. So what you see, if we just roll across the top, current counts of walkers, what percentage of current enrollment that is, count of busers, percentage of enrollment, how many students are in the school. When we last pulled this data is early September. We've added kids since then. The bus count, and you get the average route time in that current situation, the median route time, and the range high to low. So if I We'll look at Forest View. Actually, let's look at John Jay. It's a good example. So John Jay, you can see we only have 2 buses at John Jay, yet it has the highest range route time. That relates to we bus kids in from Brentwood, Forest View, and Devonshire to attend the 2-way dual language program. So even though there's only a couple buses, kids are on those buses for a longer period of time. That's our current piece, number of routes, how that flows across. This next slide is option C. So then we move to the pairing piece. What those numbers of walkers and busers look like between the different settings, number of buses, average, and how that flows. So I know there were some questions about how we came to, if we can go to the next slide, how we got to these last pieces, especially that bottom piece. So when we get to this total minute idea, what we did, if we could go back really quick, when we look at the number, so which in each of those things, that's a number of routes. So we might have 10 routes, we would say at Bird, Claremont, and we might have 40 kids on a bus. And then, so we multiplied the 40, not by the average time, but by the length of the route, so we could create a common standard. So for each of those, that's what we did across current routes and the past routes to come up with a number of what do those total amount of minutes look like. We know that would swing in the current model and the other model, but we wanted to create a standard to at least get an idea of what that looked like. So what we're seeing in that is, even though more kids, absolutely correct, 600 plus more kids are on buses, it's for a shorter period of time because they're closer to home is the way I would describe it.
Can we jump in with questions, or are we asking questions yet? Or,
Go ahead.
Let's talk transportation since we're looking at it. Maybe a question for Ron. When we look at the contract we have with our transportation companies, couldn't we say we want no routes that exceed X number of minutes? Tell us what that plan looks like, or tell us, you know, what that would cost. Or, you know, if we go out to RFP when this contract is up, the bid requirements are no route shall be more than X number. Tell us how much that costs. Because obviously there's costs with all of this, costs with construction, costs. There's going to be costs with transportation, but looking at it just in that lens.
We could absolutely be specific with our transportation bid. We've done that with a bunch of other bids as it is. In fact, we've been penalizing our bus transportation companies if they have not been on time or if had to combine routes to ensure that, based on what our contract has said, that we actually we don't pay them for work they haven't done.
Mm-hmm.
So we can be specific, and it's a contract. So
Sure,
we can absolutely do that, but as long as we offer it to every bus company.
Yeah, right. And then follow-up question on that. You know, looking at the options that are presented today, one of the routes, the minimum amount of time a student would projected to be on the bus is 2 minutes. And one of the thoughts that I had in my mind was, is that an effective use of funding for, you know, is it, you know, if we're weighing the cost of paying for the transportation, is it an effective use of money to have a student on the bus for that short of time? Like on the opposite end of looking at the long times.
Yeah, and the thing is, Robert or Mr. Mencia, just to keep in mind too, the issue is also that the state of Illinois makes us do those hazardous routes, and hazardous pieces. So there are going to be situations like that where you all of a sudden have a child that is under a mile and a half, and yet we still have to offer them transportation because of that hazard, and that's totally justifiable. So I get where you're looking at, and I think this is something that we'd have to just consider and look at with what the state is approved of in terms of those routes.
Sure.
Ron, could I just ask a question about free busing? There is a limit as to the distance that you live from the bus stop that would determine whether you get free busing. Is that correct?
It's from I believe it's from the door to, like, for the door from, I think it's the door or actually from the spot. I got to look to make sure I know if it's with the mile and a half
The reason I'm
measure.
asking is because we lived quite a distance from Grove Junior High, and my children missed the free bus by 3 houses. 3 houses. Now, at that time, if I had wanted them to take the bus, I would have had to pay for it. I just ended up driving them to school because it was just as easy to do that as to pay for them to go on the bus. But they only missed it by 3 houses. So, I mean, I don't know if the plan's the same or what the plan is right now. I have no idea because my children haven't been in school for a long time.
Yeah, no, Ms. Schumacher, we can get that information to make sure that we know what that 1.5 mile measurement is specifically for every
Okay,
child.
Thank you.
I have a question about the busing. If, did you do that? For
I
me,
did.
Robert? Thank you. If we're putting more kids on the bus and they're going to be moved to different areas, and that's on us, what does that do to the bus fees?
It shouldn't do anything. I mean, if anything, the bus company collects its dollars and their fuel costs will increase, which comes on to us. So yeah, people won't have to pay for the bus though. So I mean, that's one example. And I think that's where some of this data is coming from. But yeah, I mean, it's something I'd have to check out as well. I know that we've looked at this, but
Once we establish our school boundaries and we draw that 1.5 miles or there's a hazardous crossing, that's what creates reimbursable through the state formula. So it's how we configure it that determines the mileage from the school. And that's what determines whether or not we pay for it or we get reimbursed for a portion of it.
so like, like Ms. Petrelli, like, so if there's a program that's closer to your home, for example, Jimmy and Johnny are both, they both are neighbors, but the program that one child goes to is closer than the other. Well, then that one child will be on a separate bus. So it's 2 separate buses now, and one will go a separate way. However, if the program is offered in a school that's nearby, then they will be less likely to be on the bus longer. Now, that's, again, it's an average, so I can't say that that's going to happen on every single example.
This is not an ideal situation or not a recommendation of this, but the portable classrooms we own, right? And if we wanted to relocate them to different buildings, we could do that, right? They're not just automatically going to be stuck with Brentwood or Devonshire.
Yeah, that is correct. We are in the process of gathering together more of that information if that was to happen. But yeah, we do own those portables.
There would just be the cost of setting them up as well as going through if they go across to different villages, permitting, etc.
This busing option that we're being seen here, that's with a staggered school start, correct?
So we're looking at what those start times would be because it would drop off to the primary schools, I believe first is how they are set up. And then it would drop off at the 3-5 schools. And then it would do the reverse. It would pick up the primary school kids first in the afternoon. No, reverse that. The 3-5 kids first. So finalizing those as to which routes they take, which ones they pick up from first and which ones they drop off. So it's looking at no more than a 5 to 10 minute stagger between those. Some of that can be captured through supervision and breakfast times and things like that. So we are looking at what's the minimum amount of time we'd have to stagger.
And on that point with the staggered buses, is it possible then to consolidate the after school clubs, that sort of things at single sites?
Yes, so that's actually a common practice too, where let's say the after school clubs are at the primary locations and students could then be transported from the 3-5 to the K2 and participate in the after school care at that building.
So I want to follow up on my question then. So if we're doing a staggered start, but we have a family that qualifies as a walker at one school but not another school, and they have 2 kids that would be going to 2 different schools, how will that work? Will the one kid have to be a walker? Can that one child, even though they're within the 1.5 mile thing, would they be able to ride with their sibling to the school? Because that sibling may be especially if you're starting the primary kids older.
So
later.
Part of the process that we would go through when we look at what the start times are is how many families does that impact who would have multiple children. Right now, I think we ran our data. And so we're looking at, I think we had about 400, roughly currently right now, 400 families that would be impacted by a separation of K2, 3-5. So looking at how we would set up those transportation routes. And again, a lot of it is what is the preference of the parents, because not everybody who qualifies for transportation uses transportation. And so we'd want to get that feedback.
There was a comment in the presentation that I needed explained to me a little bit of per building allocation versus per student allocation. And if one of our schools needs more support from, various type of support service, help me understand why that's a negative of providing that building with the support versus every building having the access to it. Well, let's wait and see what the comment is.
So I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's a necessity that we look at it. I think what we have to understand is that the needs of children change year to year. So the stability of having staff within a smaller number where needs are going to vary more greatly is what impacts how many staff are at each school and what those needs are that they're supporting. So when you look at it from almost like a caseload perspective,
Sure.
That's where we have most significant impact. Maybe I could look to Mr. Vittori or Dr. Ossel to talk a little bit about or even some of our principals who are out there. Your voice is important on how are those things impacted in terms of staffing and resource allocation.
One at a time.
Identify
It is-
either yourself or your school.
It is absolutely connected, very much like class size, where if we were to stay in the status quo, we are still going to make sure that we're utilizing our staffing in a way that gets to the students who need it. But when students are at different schools in different quantities with different needs, the negative of that is moving staff throughout the year. Our traditional model that I spoke to at our last meeting is that every school gets a math interventionist, every school gets a lit interventionist, coach, and whatnot. It's a little different for special education based on some of the positions and some of the individual education plans. And some of the feedback we've heard and understand is that staff don't want to find out in October that they need to go to this building. We could look at the benchmarking results that we just presented, and we could move staff next week to match those needs. And that is one solution, but like many, it would have a downside in terms of culture, consistency, retention, and things of that nature. In a pairing model where you have more students at that same age level, and you have different groups, and you could staff in a way that's going to be more stable and consistent.
So related to that, I heard also that we have MTSS cutoffs that are different for different buildings at the moment. Is that the case?
Our cutoffs are not different for different buildings. Our ability to intervene on behalf of all students is different between different buildings.
And that has to do with the number of students below a certain cutoff level.
That's correct.
At individual buildings.
Yes. And so with our KPIs, our hope and our goal is that we get to a point where our core curriculum is effective for 80% of our students. And for our 20% of students who need more, they are receiving intervention, and that we are able to intervene on behalf of the full 20% of those students. Typically, those are students who are falling below the 25th percentile on their math, reading, or indicating social, emotional, or behavioral needs. So that is our broad goal for the district, that we can intervene on behalf of every child that needs it. With that being, if we're meeting KPI for goal 1, about 20% of our students. So all of these things need to work together. What option C does in terms of intervention is it levels the amount of students in our buildings that are needing intervention, which allows us to intervene more effectively. So for our interventionists, I would love to be able to say we can just move this interventionist to this building that has a higher level of need, but there are many obstacles for that. The travel and the scheduling alone to intervene at a time that is effective for students to receive that intervention prohibit us from making those changes on a very easy basis. So while I would love for that to be an answer, it is just not that feasible in terms of also the culture, the climate, retaining staff, to have them moving, and to be able to do that at a time where it makes sense within the student's day is a very difficult task to achieve.
Just a follow on to that. So you said that basically in an ideal model, we'd be able to provide an intervention if a student is at the 25th percentile or under. So can you give us a sense of the status quo ranges right now of how those vary from school to school?
And can you pull your microphone up close?
Yeah, I think we just, if you can put that in the Friday update for us. I was going to ask the same question.
I could not give you numbers off the top of my head that would be accurate right now. And so I don't want to misspeak. I would rather really look at that and determine. We also just finished benchmarking. So all of our tiering has just changed. So all of our students who are in need of intervention may have just fluctuated based on their math and their literacy assessments, as well as their behavior and their social emotional assessment that we just finalized. So right now it's very difficult for me to give you the accurate current information. I can tell you that in the past, we have certainly fluctuated from serving students at the 10th percentile and lower all the way to the 40th percentile and lower, which you've heard Dr. Bresnahan say. So those are real scenarios that have come from past data. We are also at a point where, and I'll update this in our strategic updates later, where we are consistently documenting across buildings and trying to gather all of that information in a consistent way to achieve our baseline data for how those fluctuate, and should have more accurate representations after each benchmarking period.
Okay, I really appreciate that. In the Friday update, I wouldn't expect you to have like the details of this off the top of your head, but I think what was helpful for me is just understanding a little bit that range of the 10 to 40. And I would really appreciate hearing from the principals, maybe someone on behalf of the elementary and someone on behalf of the junior high on this point.
Yes, use the mic.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jennifer Ventimiglia, the principal of John Jay. This is my first year, and I feel really blessed to be part of this amazing community and district. At John Jay, we're going through, reviewing our benchmarking and identifying students for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 interventions. And I will tell you that it breaks my heart because we do not have enough interventionists to support the students based on their tier needs. So we go through this process that's called MTSS, and based on the benchmarking data, we see students that were identified as Tier 1, which means just like the average instruction is going to support them. Tier 2, meaning they need a targeted intervention, maybe in like a small intervention group, and Tier 3 with even more individualized support. And so when we sat in these meetings that we have each week with our teacher teams and looked at the data, we had to change students from Tier 3 to Tier 1 because we don't have enough interventionists to support the students. So that means that we have to do Core Plus, which is to try other strategies for 6 to 8 weeks to see if they improve. But in that time that we're waiting, if we had more interventionists, we would be able to support those students faster while the gaps are just growing deeper and deeper and deeper. So I really just want to echo the point that when we talk about the resources and how we divide them in the schools, we really need to be looking at each individual building and the students' need and make really smart decisions to support our students.
Can I ask a follow-up question, but more to Ross, please? So like a lot of times when I talk to parents in the community, the question that comes up in a situation like this, when a school doesn't have enough interventionists, is why don't we just hire more? Or why? Like, what stops us from doing that? Is it the challenge of filling open positions today, or is it a budget issue, or how do we answer that?
I appreciate that question. And I do want to share Susan Savage, who is the Assistant Superintendent for Instruction. We have already started over the last couple of years some work in starting the year with resources allocated a little differently. For example, with interventionists, there is one at each school with the exception of Ridge. That's a half-time position. In other schools, we have 1.5 ESL resource versus 1. But to answer your question, why don't we just hire more teachers? That is a solution. We could do that. There's a cost to that.
Right.
It's similar to saying, why don't you put an addition or a $500,000 mobile at Brentwood, but you have 10 empty classrooms 3 miles away. So that is the responsibility piece from a fiscal sense or from a personnel resource sense. Right now, staffing is also a challenge in terms of finding teachers it is bus drivers. But even if we go past that phase, the needs within the building can fluctuate more quickly than we would normally go out and hire staff. Staffing in a school district is typically happening in that spring to early summer season. If all of a sudden the needs at a school showed that they needed another interventionist right now, we would have to move someone or try to hire someone, and that market's not really ready for that.
Yeah, no, and that's good. And I think it's important too, because it's a lot of times we need to ask these questions just to flush out the problem, you know, and it's very easy. And a lot of times you always hear resource rich, you know, of how much money we have and how much money we manage. But it's are we throwing good money at a bad problem, or are we actually solving something? But, you know, that's kind of the point I'm trying to get to with a lot of my questions are more financial based here.
I appreciate it. And just to add one more piece to that puzzle, the size of the school and the size of that resource team can also be impacted when the grade level can't support covering classes when we're also in a substitute shortage. So our principal sharing that very real daily experience, that can also be limited if we have to use resource staff to cover classes, as opposed to having a bigger grade level where we can move and work with students across 5-6 classes to also preserve the resources we have in the building, let alone capitalizing on that. And to add one more puzzle piece, that one interventionist is also a singleton. And they're covering K1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, actually even beyond that, depending on the needs of the student. So again, by looking at more of a grade level K1, 2, we could have maybe a couple. That's staff neutral. Now we have teams, now we have more collaboration, things like that.
May I also add, just to clarify, interventionists are not the only educators that provide intervention in our district. Our teachers are providing intervention in small group instruction every day. And when we have singleton classrooms, it is harder for our teachers to coordinate with anyone else to create those small groups to provide more differentiated instruction within the classroom. When we have 2 third grade classrooms versus 6 third grade classrooms, we could have 6 teachers working together to group student needs and move students around at certain times of day very strategically so that they can all support different levels of learning and different skill deficits. So there's much more opportunity to provide intervention from our classroom teachers as well as our interventionists when we look at different structures and reorganization. Right now, we have many interventionists that might have very small group or even one-on-one because within that grade level or that available time, they don't have many students with the same skills. It's just less efficient than it could be if we had larger quantities of students in the grade level with similar needs.
Katie, I have a question that has to do with like win time. And I know I've referenced this before, but if we have a deficit in more than one subject and you're using win time to catch that child up in, say, reading or math, and then you switch it because you can only do so much to help with their deficits. Do they lose more when you switch it? Do they lose the progress they've gained when you switch it to their other deficit?
I think that's dependent on the child and the needs. And that is why we have an MTSS process. And right now with our junior highs and WIN being new to their structure, they are in the process right now of looking at student progress in this first quarter, how they are doing and what their needs may be. They, as a staff, may say that this child needs to stay in literacy intervention. The progress is great right now. We're moving quickly, and we need to not disrupt that and move into math. And so we are going to continue focusing on literacy. They may say this child has made enough progress that now we can switch and focus on math. They may say that we're able to meet the math needs in the core class, in the block, and we're going to meet the literacy needs in WIN. So there are lots of different organizations and arrangements to provide intervention for students who need it in more than one subject area. So
But
that's
what-
really a student by student basis.
But what happens if they can never get to that second subject because they are, I mean, with the pandemic and all the deficits we have, what if they never get to that? Like, say they do great in reading and they have to stay in reading for the whole year, and they're going off to the high school, and we never got to that math deficit. What happens to that kid?
So that would not be the case, because within our core instruction, we would also be differentiating to meet that child's needs. So within their ELA class that they have, or their math class that they have, the teacher would also be aware and have access to all of the information as to what areas we need to teach into and focus in on. And so those can still be met within the core. And Dr. Robinson, I don't know if you want to speak to that, or if that aligns.
Yeah, I would agree. It's, teachers know how to provide that intervention in the classroom, right? Just in time support through small groups or individual. And that's a benefit of the junior high schedule this year, was increasing the time for the daily math blocks, so that teachers are able to really focus in on that tier 1 lesson, and then also have additional time to provide more support for students who need it in math. And our literacy block has always been a nice enough time to provide that small group support when needed in the tier.
But are you still talking about a teacher having different, like teachers would have different levels of kids in one class, so they'd still have to adjust and try to figure out, how am I going to keep this kid focused or this group of kids focused while I'm dealing with these other 2 levels of kids?
Yeah, so our core classes are filled with a wide range of learners. So our teachers would tease aside those students who need more support and work with those students, while the rest are working on a different task.
That's where differentiation would come in handy.
Exactly.
So if I could just ask a follow-up, because I do think it's been helpful throughout this process. You've pointed out that we have an example of grade level centers. It's the middle schools. So I would like to just understand from a middle school principal the ability to give interventions. Yeah, I appreciate, thank you for sharing from John Jay. And just, I guess, a point of comparison to that, I'm not expecting it's going to be perfect by contrast, because we're coming out of a pandemic. And I think we also haven't achieved our 80% benchmark, but I'm just interested in what that looks like at the junior high level.
So the MTSS process doesn't look that different from the elementary level in identifying kids and what they really need. What differs for us is some of that team collaboration and problem solving at the tier 1 level, where you have multiple teachers kind of getting together to talk about, like, hey, this is what we can do with a group of kids that are struggling in this specific concept. This year, we really planned the schedule to make sure that kids were not missing anything like they were before, and we're able to meet a lot more kids' needs with the new WIN structure.
So do you, for example, have the problem where you have any kids at Friendship with a tier 3 intervention who are not receiving the intervention, and you have teachers trying to fulfill that through tier 1 instruction?
So what we do have is we are able to prioritize a specific need. If the student has needs in multiple content areas, that's where we're coming in and saying, like, this is a tier 1 plus support right now. This is what we need to plan for further support in on grade level, because our focus right now is on reading, because it's a phonics need right now. So we make sure they're in the appropriate intervention for the highest need. And then once we start developing that skill and students are able to pick that up, that's when we go to that next level of need.
Thank you.
So this is maybe a naive question. Again, I haven't been on the school board that long. So I occasionally have these naive questions. Are we limited in times that we can do interventions? Are we limited to bell to bell? Or is there some sort of, I know summer school interventions, we can invite people. Is there an after school program intervention that's I'm asking what's possible.
Yeah.
I realize this is not
Mhm.
necessarily
Anything
related.
is
and
possible.
Costs are
Depending on finances, staffing, and children choosing to participate, because nothing beyond the bell can be required.
Right. Well, I was just thinking to relate it back to the pairings, right? If we could bring after students to a single location after school, can I get some sort of tutoring club, homework club going, sort of thing?
Yeah, I think it's always that balance of, especially at the junior high level, then you
Well,
have other competing
yeah,
interests,
at
et cetera.
the
that
junior
kind of
high,
thing.
they're doing
So we
sports
want to
and- yeah.
maximize the bell to bell, because that's the time that we know we have the kids. But yes, those outside opportunities we can explore those. I think that staffing becomes a just universally it's a hard day to continue teaching beyond the bell.
Right. But I'm thinking if I have a school that normally has a half interventionist, maybe I could convert that person to a whole who stays later. Sort of.
Now you're talking contract language, so I know we have a DEA in the back, but yeah, like, can you hire? Can you use funds to hire people beyond always opportunities, just like coaches and other things? Yes.
I want to ask a question, or I want to talk about the dual language program, and maybe we can give you the microphone here. Personally, I want our dual language programs in Spanish and in Polish to be the gold standard for dual language programs, right? I want everyone to look to see what we are doing here and try to mirror it. Now, we did an audit in December and January, and one of the focus and one of the outcomes was a lot of issues with the dual language program, of things that need to be fixed with it in the current configuration of it. My concern is it ready for prime time if it goes to all the schools? Like, are there concerns that if we expand it to all the schools, that some of the issues that came up in that audit are now going to be even more visible now that it's stretched out, everywhere?
So I think that's a great question. I don't know. I can't tell you for sure that it's going to be completely fixed, right? But what I can say is that that the issues or the findings that we got from the audit are things that we're continuously working on. And some of those pieces were, trying to find a curriculum that is culturally insensitive to our students, that is also going to be allowing our students to access the content and the curriculum in both their native language, but also making sure that they understand that pairing with English. So I think regardless of whether we move to pairings or don't move to pairings, those are systematic issues within the program that we still have to ensure that we're addressing. And I think through the pilot of the ELA curriculum currently right now, that's what we're doing. We're looking at what Spanish and English literacy resources are out there and how can they best support each other to mirror that. The other piece that we implemented this year as well in dual language is we wanted to make sure that there is that definitive English language development time. That we have to understand that part of dual language is that bilingualism, but it's ultimately, yes, making sure that our students are English proficient. And when we're seeing that deficit is making sure that there's an alignment between what they're learning in Spanish and in English every single day. I think some of the misconception was that we teach in Spanish and then we wait to bridge until the very end of a unit. So therefore the students aren't exposed to that English concepts until they've already learned it. It should be happening continuously throughout the day. And now that's what we currently are working on and towards. We've implemented that dedicated block of time to really ensure and solidify what our students should be learning consistently. So I think, are we ready to move it forward? I think regardless of if we keep it where we only have it in 7 schools or we keep it where we have it as in all schools, we're continuously addressing those concerns. And I think it's going to be supported in either one of the 2 models. I wouldn't say that it's going to get any worse. I would hope that the work that we're currently doing, the work that my team is doing, that the teachers are doing, we're doing everything to make it better because we know what already came from that audit. I think the piece that we're still working towards, and to be transparent, is with Polish dual language. We haven't gotten all the audit results. We haven't even started the audit yet. So it's how do we continue to make that program more effective, or what are the areas that we still need to work on with that? So So I think it's,
Mhm.
I know I kind of give you that
No,
runaround
that's good.
answer.
Well, I also just want to say it's not a program expansion. It's
Mhm.
actually a consolidation.
Mhm.
We're not spreading it any thinner. We're actually maximizing it. Just it's the same number of students and same number of staff, like almost plus or minus one,
Mhm.
but it's available in
Mhm.
all schools for potential expansion.
Mhm.
Whereas now we have limited two-way.
Yeah.
But I do have a question on that. So because of the limited two-way, the two-way though is expanded, right? So what's different about this new program at every school that's different from what we have now?
So the
Is it
possibility,
the ratio of students? Is it
so the possibility of 2A could expand, and we would hope that it would expand through opportunities that we would be able to provide to our communities. What it does is currently right now in a one-way model, when we look at a one-way model, we are segregating our students. We're telling all EL students are only working with EL students. Now, our building principals do a phenomenal job, and our teachers do a great job in trying to create integrating opportunities within the school day. Meaning, especially at the upper grade levels in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, when we're teaching math and the math is taught in English, they're finding ways to collaborate with their monolingual peers so that they can, blend classes and do those types of pieces. But ultimately, when we have a one-way model, we are telling our students, if you're EL, you're only working with EL students. So what this allows the opportunity is, if there's that participation and that want and that will to become bilingual, we have that opportunity for students to be able to integrate and create that inclusivity together. That's what creates that would be the only difference in what the programming would do. The other piece to that is we are, as I mentioned, the English language development time, that specific dedicated time to ensure that our students are learning and making those connections on a daily basis. The other piece is we talked about resources and allocating of resources. And I know I mentioned that the state does give us 5 years for that progress through proficiency. If we can get that sooner, that would be ideal, right? We would want our students to become proficient before those 5 years. And the way we do that is by intervening, by providing them what they need at an earlier opportunity, right? When we're looking at interventions for our students, you see that some students do need intervention initially in their native language in order to be able to access it in the second language. We don't have those opportunities, or very few opportunities for that to occur within our district, because a lot of our teachers are singletons in the buildings, that they are trying to not only differentiate in English, but also differentiate to support the needs of the students in the native language first. Because a lot of our students, especially at the early grades, when they come in, if their primary language is, in this case, Spanish, there's the best way to support those students is to intervene in their native language so that they can make the connections to English, making that transfer. If they're not strong in their L1, it's native language, it's very difficult for them to start to make those transfers into their L2.
Yeah, and my question is about the other side of two-way, right? So if we have currently a certain number of two-way classrooms and a certain number of one-way classrooms, if they're all going to be two-way, doesn't that change the ratio of Spanish to English native? L1 speakers.
So they all would not become two-way. So
Okay.
I think we have to understand the realization is that utopia would be that there's 2 ways for everybody, but there's always going to be one way. And I don't want to say one way is less than, because if we're doing the model correctly and effectively, the instructional model should be effective for all students, regardless of the model that they're in. The difference is the experience that they get with the peers that they're working with on a day-to-day basis. So, but to your point with the 2-way class makeup, one of the things that we do also have to be aware of is our demographics are changing as well. So 2-way by definition shows that it's 50% native Spanish and 50% native English. When you look at our demographics currently, we don't have true native Spanish speaking students. We have some, not all. And this year was our first year that we did give to all of our incoming kindergarten students that have Spanish indicated as a second language. All of them received a Spanish language assessment on top of the mandated English screener that we had to provide. And that data was extremely powerful and useful, because what it showed us is that our students are coming from Spanish speaking homes, but they don't speak Spanish.
Right. That was going to be something not related to this discussion that I really wanted to hear, is just because they don't score well in English doesn't mean you score well in your native language. And so where you place them is confounded by that.
Correct. Yeah. So we have, and those are our students that we call simultaneous bilinguals. And sometimes those students are the most misunderstood because they come to our schools without a strong foundation in either language. And it's our job to figure out how do we support that student best. Now, dual language is a great opportunity for them because they're able to build both of those up. But that's what we're currently seeing, where in the past we made that assumption that just because they scored negatively on English, we made the assumption that they were Spanish-speaking students, and they weren't. And we were stating that they were native Spanish-speaking students.
I think Ms. Smith wants to contribute back
Yeah,
there.
I
see
just
her.
wanted to, sorry, you said everything that I was thinking about, but at the same time, oh, can you hear me? Okay, sorry. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the consolidations because we were able to do that at Juliet Low, taking two-way and one-way and consolidating them together. So let me give you an example. For second grade, we have a class of 13 and a class of 12 for dual language. Last year, that class would have looked like 7 and 15. So this year we decided to consolidate them so that they can become larger classes, but not only that, but to receive the benefit of the oracy. So that oracy, like Joshua was saying, we no longer have native Spanish speakers or native English speakers for that matter too. We have kids who come to our program who have 3 different languages and even 2. So by consolidating, the oracy is just huge. The kids are learning from one another. They're able to talk with one another. They're able to pick up language extremely quickly. And so there has been a huge benefit for us consolidating so far just in our own building. And so I just echo everything he says and just seeing that our students are really gaining a lot of benefits, whether they speak English or Spanish or even another language, trilinguals as well.
Can I just want to clarify something real quick. Not everybody knows, what the one-way means, what the two-way means, and singleton. If we can just real quick explain that so people can understand and follow what we're talking about, because we know it because we're in the education field. But sometimes I think things get muddled because we just assume everybody understands what we're talking about.
Yeah, so really quickly, the one-way dual language model is an instructional model that serves students that are identified as English learners, so EL students. Now, I will say that term, I would like to say multilingual learners or linguistically gifted students because they're not necessarily learning English. They know, a lot of them know English. They're just enhancing that and becoming proficient into the eyes of the state. So the one-way dual language is a makeup of students that are all identified as EL students in one classroom setting, versus a two-way model, which is a more integrated, inclusive model that allows our students that are not only identified as EL, but also non-EL students or our native English-speaking students are able to participate in order for them to become bilingual and biliterate in the program. And then singletons, we mean that it's one teacher within that building that is teaching that grade level or that program. So if it's kindergarten, one kindergarten dual language teacher in the entire building is working. That's what we mean by singleton.
Great, thank you.
I want to ask a question about SEL. We kind of talked about the tier 1, tier 2. Did I see your question, Daisy? I'll let you have it.
Okay, I'm just very, very confused. I'm just with the dual. Okay, if we were to do the pairing, how is the dual going to look in every single school?
So in all of our buildings, we would would potentially have two-way, more opportunities for two-way. In that two-way makeup, it would look a little different. So the reason why we would be able to possibly have potentially increase the number of two-way sections is because, again, when we look at the true demographics that we serve, we have our English-speaking families that would be able to participate and come in. We have our students, for some, that are actually native Spanish-speaking students. And then we have our students that are simultaneous bilingual. And if you look at what current research is showing and even what demographics are showing, is you don't have a 50-50, you have more of a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And what that ends up doing is you're creating your two-way models, but you're creating it to systematically support not only your native English, your native Spanish, but then your simultaneous bilinguals. We are also in dual language, you're going to always have a one-way section. And that's because we can't force, and we don't want to force participants to want to join dual language if that's not an option or a path that they want to take. So we're not telling families that because you're in this building, you have to do dual language. It is not for everybody, and it should not be for everybody. That's a choice and an option that families would want to take. So we have to own and understand that even though we want to create more opportunities, we're always going to have those one-way models. So indirectly, we also have to figure out opportunities to also create integrating opportunities for our students so that our one-way families do have those opportunities to be working with their peers within their buildings as well. But also having dual language in all buildings allows that opportunity for all of our students to work with students within their neighborhood schools, also within their community, within their building, and that they're not necessarily isolated to one classroom.
Did that answer your question? Yes? Okay.
Any other question on dual language? Okay, sorry. I kind of want to move into SEL because we talked about the tier 1, tier 2 education and curriculum, but we really have not touched on the SEL and what do our students need. I think one parent was, what do our students need now, and kind of what do they need going forward, especially if we decide to go with this process. What additional resources will we need, and how will we get those resources to these students to make this a successful change if we decide to go with this change?
So I'll make a general statement and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Ossel and maybe some of our principals who want to contribute. But SEL is something that we have integrated and embedded within our daily program across every grade level, even grades 6 through 8 with our new schedule this year. It is something that we look at on a regular basis. I will say that the social emotional needs of our students across the nation, we've seen an increase even prior to the pandemic. So that is something that we have had in place and been a priority for many, many years. So I think that's part of why we have seen success through carrying our students through a pandemic, because we had those things built within our school structures to help support them. These are something that I think our teachers and our principals are absolute experts at and prioritize on a daily basis within our students. I do think that we need to be very careful at looking and using words like trauma, because not every change is trauma inducing. And so I just want to be cautious. Not every child that experienced the pandemic experienced it the same way or was traumatized as a result of it. So we have to really look at an individual level, just as we would with anything that has impacted our students. So I'm going to, with that, turn it over to Dr. Ossel.
Thank you. So I want to start with what we do for social emotional learning right now. So we have a baseline awareness, and then I'll speak to what that could look like when we have any type of major transitions coming up. In District 59, all our students experience social emotional learning. We have dedicated time at our ELC. It's embedded in absolutely everything. And K through 8, we have dedicated time on Wednesdays for specific direct instruction and lessons on social and emotional skills and competencies. We also have a community building structure, which looks like opening and closing circles at the elementary level, our WIN structure and support and counseling services at junior high. And the third major component of SEL is embedded SEL, which means practice and reinforcement in all settings in across our environments. So we want to build our communities. We want to provide direct instruction, and we want to embed opportunities for practice and reinforcement. We utilize the social emotional learning standards in the state of Illinois. There are 3 standards, and we utilize the CASEL competencies. This is a framework from the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning that provides for 5 social and emotional learning competencies or skill sets that we focus in on in our instruction. We also have a screening process in which we utilize panorama surveys multiple times each year. They are student surveys, and at some grades we have staff surveys, and compare perception of social emotional skills, sense of belonging, and at our junior high, cultural awareness and equity. We just completed that process and are now receiving the data for this year. So as we look towards our equity journey, our option C that we've talked about today, I really see a lot of opportunity for social awareness and relationship skills. There really are intrapersonal skills and interpersonal skills. And so that social awareness is defined as the ability to understand perspectives of and empathize with others, including those from diverse backgrounds, cultures, and contexts. Relationship skills are the abilities to establish and maintain healthy and supportive relationships and to effectively navigate settings with diverse individuals and groups. These are things that are already taught, But we can provide more opportunity for that embedded reinforcement and practice when our students are in more diverse settings. So that's an opportunity to think about in terms of social emotional learning, what is required to be taught, what is in our standards, and the opportunities we have for students to practice. What I believe we will need is to focus on self-awareness and self-management to help our staff and our families and our students through any change process, whether that is the change we're talking about tonight, the pandemic that occurred, or just basic resiliency in the face of adversity. And so that self-awareness is knowing how you will respond, how you are responding, and what your emotions are, what your stress levels are, and what your needs are. And self-management is how you cope with those things. Now, we are lucky we're in a district that already focuses on this, and we have a foundational understanding that we have taught our students for many years on these competencies. We would be reinforcing them in a very timely way prior to any changes to aid and support our students, our families, and our staff through that process.
Okay, do we already have curriculum to help with that teachers have in hand? Or when do they receive the information that they need to do those ongoing lessons?
We have a variety of resources that we use at the elementary level. And so when our staff receive their panorama data back, it indicates for their class what competency to teach into and provides the resources with which to teach that information. We also have lots of supplemental resources that we utilize for elementary as well. For junior high right now, we are going through a review process where we're looking at 2 secondary curricular options. And that is taking place, and we'll continue to update the board on that so that this year, now that we have dedicated Wednesday time, we are also being very thoughtful about the resources that we utilize for that. So there are resources available right now, and schools are really focused on some grade level specific or school specific topics and competencies that they are teaching into. But we would like to long term have a more solid curricula in place for junior high. So that's where we are with both levels.
Can I ask a question, pulling back a little bit? So I did sit on the task force. We most recently were looking at options A and B. So I would just like to understand, what was the impetus for option C? And can you sort of synopsize like why you want to present an option C on top of the A and B, like what you feel it brings that A and B do not?
Of course. So I think option C really was trying to pull what was the best parts of A and what were the best parts of B, because together I don't think we got to any one of them as individually did not hit all of the marks that we were looking at. Specifically in option B, we were looking at, in option A for our junior highs, we were looking at overcrowding at Friendship. And so we wanted to look more so at option B so that we could provide greater balance between Homes and Friendship. We also looked to the south side between option A and option B. What would be the least disruptive in terms of our current boundaries as they exist around those schools, as well as looking at the facility that would greatest lend itself to be repurposed. So looking at that is what pulled the south portion, I believe, of option A and the north portion of option B, which now created this option C. What is not necessarily set in stone, and we're looking just more specifically at our facilities, is, for example, like Devonshire K2, Brentwood 3-5. We want to really look and see, is Devonshire the best fit for K2 versus Brentwood 3-5, or do you flip-flop those? We did do one flip-flop looking at Low being K2 and Forest View being 3-5. That was a switch that we had made. So that would be the one last piece that we want to look at, and just in terms of like playground space, bathroom locations, things like that, that may impact or lean itself to be more of a primary school versus an intermediate school.
So I know on these, in these options, a lot of the focus is on the K5 schools. For the junior highs and in all the options, we're getting relief from overcrowding, especially at Grove, right?
Correct. It reduces the number of students at Grove. It increases the number of students at Holmes and slight increase at Friendship as well to get them really close to. If we look at
Can we see
the
those numbers?
Yes, let's pull up the table at the end that shows the junior high impact across maybe the facility usage and demographics. So you can see Friendship, Grove, and Holmes at the utilization, bringing Grove down to 77% from 83.
And so Holmes would take from Friendship a portion, if I'm understand correctly, a portion of John Jay students it doesn't currently have, and then a portion of Forest View students that it doesn't currently have, thereby like increasing Holmes and lowering Friendship? Or am I getting
There's
that wrong?
another shift if we look at the boundary map. And Tom, if you want to jump in on this as well, I don't want to miss a piece. On the boundary map for the junior high, there is a portion that is north of 290 in that purple region, like directly south from Frost. That was a Grove portion. And then that is shifting over to Holmes.
Mhm.
There's like a rectangle right there just north of, I can't read those streets, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In
no,
Oakton.
we see.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
So
just-
then how is there a slide that shows us sort of I'm wondering how that then impacts the demographics at each of the 3 junior highs and whether we're maintaining the balance.
Yeah, if we go back to those final slides, you can see the demographic impact for the 3 junior highs as well. So you can see current on top and option C on bottom.
One of the questions that I had, and I don't like it when I see it, is, sometimes we look at the boundary map today and we ask, why does it look the way it looks? And when I look at the boundary map for all 3 options, I'm concerned about those families that live on Elmhurst and the Kennedy that would have to travel all the way to Low. That just seems very, very, very far to me. I think they're currently J students. Maybe we could show the option C map. But why are those families traveling so far to get to school? Right, right there. So we'll have pretty much, this is what I'm referring to. Like that piece. Like, in my mind, I don't think a family should have to get on the expressway to get to school.
Yeah, I think that area. Yeah, I don't believe there are any residents there, but just
Okay.
north of there is a group of residents that currently attend Salt Creek and Grove Junior High. We did the map questing, and the mileage actually is 4 miles to either Low or 4 miles to Salt Creek. So it's a similar range.
Yeah. Yeah, but even that, like, granted, it's the boundaries that are in place today. It's I think about those families that are, they're traveling and they're passing a lot of schools to get to their school. Even if it is Salt Creek today, that's just my comment of the boundaries.
Does any of this reflect the suggestion that Cropper gave us to take one area that is definitely bused to Grove and bus it to Holmes?
That
Yes,
example that
that's
was
that
just
area right
shared.
there.
Which option is this, or whatever it is? Because I don't think that it had anything to do with the pairings and had nothing to do with the elementary schools. It was strictly taking that one section and moving it from Grove to Holmes.
So whenever we move students at a middle school, we also have to look at their K-5 pathway.
Why?
So
Why can't they go to the K-5 that's best for them and then?
yeah, no, which is just so that they're not necessarily isolated. So when you're talking about 10 to 15 students per grade level and moving them to a junior high where none of their peers are going to be, that's something that we take into consideration.
Well, I think it's more important that we take into consideration the overcrowding.
Yeah, if I could just add, part of that, not just Holmes piece, but also was to enhance and add to the enrollment in the Juliet Low Forest view neighborhoods, which, you know, if you remember from some of our current enrollments are some of our smaller schools. So it's about 90 K-5 students in that area. So shifting them north, the assumption is we can prop up the enrollments at the Forest View, Juliet Low pairing, but at the same time, moving some kids out of Grove at the middle school and bringing up Holmes's enrollment.
The point is they're in a rather isolated area which has to completely be bused. They're going to be bused anyway, what difference does it make whether they're bused to Holmes or they're bused to Grove? Because it will relieve the congestion at Holmes and it won't overcrowd Holmes. So consequently, this group of students that's being moved would be going to a less crowded school for junior high.
Yeah. Mardell, the option that we have here is doing exactly what you're saying. It's moving them out of Grove and moving them up to Holmes.
The junior highs. I'm not talking about the pairing and the.
That's what this does in this option.
So I think you're talking about one component of option C. So what you're saying is a component of that. The pairing's another component of what they're including in option C. But what you're talking about is a part of it.
Because I'm not interested in the pairings, but I am interested in relieving the overcrowding and trying to move the junior high, because we haven't talked about the junior highs at all.
So that there's no option right now that only does what you're talking about, but I guess I just wanted to clarify for you, that's a part of option C.
All options include the junior high. And if we could go back to the 30-year history.
And Holmes is not overcrowded. It's Grove.
I know.
Yeah.
And we'd be moving them out of Grove into Holmes.
So I think we can see an example where we just moved one particular group and then shifted it back again. That took place in the 2006, 2007, and then we shifted it back 2013, 2014. And when we pick up groups of students and move them from one school to another in isolation, we do open ourselves to scrutiny and potential litigation from an equity standpoint.
Yeah, I guess to Robert's point, I would, and I'm just speaking ideally because I'm not the one who's an expert on these numbers and how it works, but I would love to see, I think those students have an option that's closer than 4 miles from home. And then meanwhile, because it feels a bit like we're sticking another of the Band-Aids onto the larger system, because I guess for all we know, the Forest View, Juliet Low neighborhoods could be turning over in original owners, and 5 years from now have 200 more students. But we're sort of moving this 90 because right now it's low. Again, I'm not an expert on the numbers, but I guess I would prefer a model where that small group of students could remain closer to home, and ideally whatever we build would be sustainable, in a long-term way.
And I understand that. This is, I think, the dilemma when we're trying to also look at buildings that are underutilized and do not have enough students who live around them. And we have areas that are of higher population that do not have schools that are in closer proximity. So when you are juggling those two competing pieces, that is why this is such a puzzle. It is not one easy fix. It's not an easy solution by any means.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just a matter of simply moving one group of students.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's I think Dr. Sager said it at like one of the very first meetings when we started discussing this, of why don't we just erase the boundaries and then just start over? Like erase it all, and then we do everything all over again. And there's always going to be, there's never going to be a solution where 100% of the public is content with it. You're going to have families that say, I purchased a home in this area, now I'm going to be redistricted to here. We've had suggestions that we should just do redistricting and make it optional. You know, it's going to be, some of these things are just not very feasible. I don't want to go on a rant, but but ultimately it's what happens inside of the classroom that matters here, and I just want to say, like, we did that equity audit, and there were a lot of issues that were raised when we did the equity audit. And we talked about special education, we talked about dual language, we talked about transportation specifically. And I would recommend to my fellow board members to reread those issues that are there, because I think we have to concentrate on some of those things that were raised there of the community outreach that needs to happen. I talked about dual language today, the transportation issues that are raised, but it's hard to find that one solution that solves everything. And I think that's the trouble I have, is I'm trying to balance it. I'm picture like the scales of justice here, and I'm trying to balance, the most benefit for the students, the less impact on the students and on the families. And that's the difficult piece of it. So I saw one of the comments in the task force reports that say, we looked at redistricting, but we didn't want to split the neighborhoods up, because of the impact there. And that's one of the questions I had, was like, well, how, if we're splitting the neighborhoods versus splitting the students inside of the homes, you know what I mean? Why is one given more deference versus the other, of how we got here? That's kind of the thoughts that I'm having.
Well,
So
I agree with you. And as far as the redistricting, that was never, ever on our agenda. That was not a problem that we considered. All of a sudden, we're talking about redistricting. That wasn't one of our considerations. When you were hired, that wasn't certainly a consideration, redistricting. And as far as some schools being overcrowded, like Grove has always been overcrowded. So we're never going to solve that problem completely. We might be able to do something that will alleviate some of the problem, but we'll never completely, unless we build a second school. And I don't think anybody wants to do that.
I'm going to give Dr. Sager some more credit. My favorite board member, Dr. Sager. Speaking with him, he made a comment one time where it's like, just because it's hard doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. So we should be looking at these issues, and we shouldn't just have this list that we see on the board here of all the changes that were done and then wipe our hands clean and say, well, previous boards and previous administrations already did it. It's the area changes. The area changes year over year. But it's always looking at it, but trying to find the best way to address everything.
And I agree with you. However, I will also agree with some of the people from the audience tonight who said that our problems are not pairing. Our problems are curriculum. And that obviously is true, because I went to the curriculum meeting this last couple of weeks, and most of the people at the curriculum meeting were parents. And all they did was complain that their children don't know how to spell, don't know how to write, don't know punctuation, don't know capitalization. They don't know anything. 2 days later, I received a phone call from one of the ladies, one of the parents who was at that meeting, and she had taken her 2 children out of our district and put them in a private school. So I have a feeling that if we want to really solve our problems, we have to work harder and faster with our curriculum, because that's what everybody's talking about. They're not talking about leaving because of an overcrowded school, for example, because those are problems we've always had. And I agree with your 8 things that are maybe not as equitable as they could be, but they've always been there, and we've dealt with them the best that we could deal with them, one at a time, not all of them at once. And I don't think people are going to move out of the district because the school is overcrowded, because almost every one of ours who've had our kids go through have been in an overcrowded junior high if they've been at Grove, because it's been overcrowded.
So Mardell, I do feel compelled to respond on the curriculum piece, because I think one thing that has caused confusion in the public is, why are you focusing on this and not on curriculum? One of the signs that was held up in the public tonight said, and I'm paraphrasing, but like, the best way to equity is through curriculum. I don't think any of us disagrees with that. And curriculum is the highest priority. When we hired Dr. Bresnahan as a board, curriculum was right at the top. And I think it's really important that we acknowledge that to do it right takes time. And so the math was our most urgent need. We now have an implemented K-8 curriculum, and it's not stagnant. It has a very specific process for implementation that Susan and Nicole are overseeing. And then furthermore, they've integrated a curriculum review process. So we haven't just said math is done forever. It's going to get continuously reviewed and improved according to a determined cycle. Now that math has been addressed, we're moving to the ELA. But I think the whole timeline is affected by the fact that the board recognizes, the administration recognizes that we don't want to just throw something out there and hope that it works. We want to do it right. We want to implement it with fidelity and then gather data, make sure it's working. So please understand, like, curriculum is the highest priority. And just because we're not talking about it here now doesn't mean a ton of work isn't simultaneously going on about curriculum, because every member of this board is firmly committed to curriculum.
I just want to add something.
Yeah, sure.
So I think I look at these as two separate things: school pairing and their curriculum. We got the math curriculum, and if we go to school pairings, if we don't go to school pairings, we go to redistrict. We don't go to that math curriculum is not changing. Okay, our language arts that they're currently piloting right now, whatever we decide and approve for next year, will not change. It'll be the same one for every school. So we look at these things as two separate things. And I think Courtney made a good point. We want to make the change right the first time.
Yeah.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. And at the last curriculum meeting, Susan Savage, her group of people, brought up the fact that they pretty well now have a beginning for a language arts curriculum. Am I correct? And I asked Nicole, if you remember, is there going to be, because it was said that there would be a curriculum for each grade, and the teacher before or after would know what has been
I think that's
taught and what's coming up. And I asked if it would be in writing, and she said that it would be in writing, so we'd be able to see the curriculum. So that is coming, and we are working on it. But the parents are very, very anxious, and they're actually to the point where they're taking their kids out because they don't want to wait any longer.
I'll say this. So our math curriculum,
And that bothers me.
I've heard from teachers about the math curriculum and how the students came in better prepared this year. Now we're the second year of implementation of our math because they know what to expect. They know when they come to when they come to a thing, they go, okay, step A is going to be this, step B is this, step C is this, in that module of the math curriculum. The same thing will be assumed with the literature as well, correct? They'll have a set process, so that familiarization with the process will also help our students as we go through. And that's what I'm looking for from this curriculum is, consistency.
Yes, absolutely. And that's been our process. We followed the same process. When Dr. Bresnahan and Ms. Savage came in, we established a very strong curricular review process, which we are undergoing. And it does take time. It takes time to get the feedback that we need from the teachers on how these pilots are working with our students to determine which one is going to be the best one for us to move forward. But it will be a K-8 ELA and SLA, Spanish language arts adoption that we're taking our time to do it right, because this is the foundation of it all. And to that point, curriculum, it can only do so much. Our classroom conditions, our conditions for learnings that we have in each classroom, in each building, that is essential for the curriculum we need to have in place, but the instructional practices that our teachers can deliver on a daily basis in their classrooms is just as important. And so that's what you're discussing.
And regardless of the outcome of whatever we decide to do here, one of the takeaways, one of the benefits of it all is that we are discussing these issues, because it can't always be that's just the way it's always been. We can't always say free and reduced lunch kids are just going to get low scores. That's just the way it's been. But figuring out now it's on the spotlight. The spotlight is on these issues, and how do we fix it? So whether or not we choose to go with pairings or not, we know that these issues exist. We know we have to fix it, you know. So it's keeping that momentum, whatever the outcome is, as to fixing it, right?
I agree. I guess the only adjunct I'd put to your comments is, from what I have seen and heard and been emailed and people at my door talking to me about this, there is so much unrest and negativism about the pairings that if we should pass it, we're going to lose more families than we're losing just right now, this little bit on
and I think that's the hard, and I agree, Murdo. And I think the hard thing is, you know, speaking with parents, they talk about their child's experience in school, what their child sees in their child's classroom with their child's teacher, you know, and we have to look at it from that perspective, and then we have to expand it and look at it from every student in the district. And it's hard. It is very, very hard for parents, I understand, to kind of look beyond the classroom, beyond the grade, beyond the school, beyond the town, you know, a lot of times. You know, but I understand those concerns. I get it, you know, and it's very difficult. This whole process is very difficult.
It's all fine and dandy for us to look at A, B, and C and see which we'd like. But the point is, if the community is not in favor of it, then we're not doing our job, because we're not making it the community's children, not ours, the community's.
So I kind of want to go back to one of Robert's questions related to busing and the times. I think when we're looking at the route times, and correct me wrong, the route times, like we're picking up like that one, you're talking about that 4 miles from Juliet Low to from that one community to Juliet Low, or one community to Salt Creek. It was like 4 miles either way, but that's only like one stop though, correct? Where some of the other routes where we have multiple stops, that's where our time comes into the longer bus routes, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's accurate. The farther, kind of, when you have larger groups that are going to one place, it's usually a straight one-stop route, versus almost exclusively the longer times are connected to where there's multiple stops.
Like the cluster of homes.
The cluster of homes, yeah, when they got to stop every.
As one bus has 40 kids that goes through a neighborhood and stops 20 times,
Right.
It's a 40-minute route, versus one bus that goes 4 miles with 40 kids and stops once. It's a 10-minute route.
Any other questions? So the question now for you is, what do you need for, because I know you've talked about, we scroll up or scroll down the timeline. You have option A and option B there. Are you looking for some sort of guidance with us right now, what we're looking for, or will that come out of the October or the November discussion? For December?
I think that, you know, whatever input individual board members want to share is great to know as well, but we also want to seek some staff and teacher input between now and November 14th.
Okay.
And then in terms of the 14th, we plan on having just a full, we don't have any additional data. We feel that you have received enough data and input on this. If your questions are not yet answered, then please make sure you submit those so that we can make sure they are answered. I didn't receive any from this past weekend. And I know from the committee of the whole, we received questions and we're able to address those. So my hope is that I think it's going to come down to, do you believe that this is a solution that will address the majority of the issues that are currently challenging the district? And then at what point you're willing and ready to take a vote. And then we will have, as part of the recommendation, the timeline for implementation. You know, I guess I would just like to say that, you know, the most difficult part of this is that we're talking about a change. If we were building a district, you know, as to Dr. Sager's point, if you were starting from scratch, you'd probably build your schools were built where they were built because that's where kids were at the time. And now things have changed. So how do we respond to that? We've seen 30 plus years of response to that. And we're still in a situation where now we have more changes. So the question that I guess I would ask the board is that change can definitely be hard. How do we support our staff, our children, our families through what could potentially be a difficult change? But also, do we believe in the other side? And so I think if you agree with it in terms of a model, then that's the question that's before you. The details come in the planning. So if we do move forward, we would want the time to really be thoughtful and careful in our planning for implementation, because we don't take it lightly. And again, I think it's hearing from all members of our community. I've heard from, just as we hear at a board meeting tonight, I've heard voices that say the exact opposite. And you have too. So I think it is a big decision. It is a difficult one. Robert, to your point, it is not one to be taken lightly. This is not something that I have any personal reward for getting. It is not about me, or it is not about school pairings. It's about coming forth with something that you put before us as a team to look at how can we better serve students. I would encourage any of you to speak with some of our folks who are with us, because they are living it every day, and not just with some parents, but with all students. And that's what we come representing, not any one voice, but hopefully all the voices, for better or for worse. I'd just like to leave it with that.
I guess I just think back to when we were interviewing for a new superintendent. We weren't complaining that our district was in bad shape. We just needed a new superintendent. Obviously, it was a time for us to talk and find out what was bothering any of us or the community or the principals or whomever, and try to fix a problem. Like one of the gentlemen at the last meeting said, you're taking on too much, find something wrong and fix it. Well, I think that that's a very good idea, but I blamed Cropper for bringing this to us. And I'm beginning to think you must have been working with Cropper, because this is your baby.
Mardell, I absolutely disagree with that. And I really take offense to that. That is absolutely 100%. I had never heard of Cropper until I got to this district. I had never worked with them, because you as a board signed that contract back in January of 2020 or 2021. That's before you even knew my name.
We did not.
If any of the board members would like to attest to that fact, I would appreciate it, because that
I'd
is
be
not
happy
true
to
or valid.
Marzel, I'm afraid that I think this is an area where a lot of us have had memories of talking about our desire during Dr. Bresnahan's hiring process of equity, like the apple falling from the tree that shows equity, equality, justice. She presented that in her presentation to us when she was being hired for this position. So I totally understand and empathize that maybe you don't remember that piece. However, the rest of us do. We spoke about equity during her hiring. She actually, from my many conversations with her in the context of the task force and asking questions about these issues, she would have loved to have not gone down this road of talking about major district-wide changes, because it actually is a huge undertaking. And I think that from the beginning, her perspective was, we need to let the data as well as the information from the administration in this district guide this. So I can attest personally that she came in with zero agenda. If anything, there might have been an emotion of, I hope I don't have to do that again. And because she is committed to trying to make sure every student gets what they need, we are now in a place where when we look at the data, this is where it has led us.
I'll add that. I'll add that with, I think the number one priority was we knew we needed curriculum and a new curriculum. And that was, I think, the first and foremost on our interviewing process of what we wanted. Someone with curriculum related experience.
Curriculum, correct.
And that was one. We had many goals that we had all met with and discussed of what we wanted out of a new superintendent. Curriculum was one of them, and curriculum we knew was very important because we knew what we were lacking in curriculum.
Yeah.
Well, I'm definitely in favor of continuing with the curriculum because this is our 4th year of working on the curriculum. 4th year.
Yeah, but we were in a mess, Mardell. We were.
Well,
we were.
Obviously, but it's taking us way too long, and I'm thrilled with what you came up with, and I'm so anxious to see it, Nicole. So anxious, and I'm happy that you're making progress because you're making progress during Terry's first year, so that's excellent.
Yeah, because ultimately Dr. Bresnahan should be looking at things, looking at what needs to be changed, making very substantial recommendations to us. Her job is not to just look at what's been done and say, I am going to do everything exactly the same and not cause any waves. Our job as board members is to do things differently, learn what was done before us and see how we can advance that for the benefit of all these kids. And that's what we should all be doing. Sometimes these discussions are hard. I think every time we have these long 9:30 board meetings, the discussions are hard, but
Well,
that's
I also think we should contact our staff and send out some type of not necessarily an XXXXX, but ask the staff what they think with how things are going in their schools and any ideas that they may have, the staff itself, the teaching
Dr.
staff.
Bresnahan just said that's her next step was to start talking to the principals and the
absolutely.
staff.
And she also invited us to talk to
Not
the
just the
principals.
principals,
who
but
are-
the teachers.
Correct.
Individual.
So if any teachers or any principals in the room, we're not going to have a chance to personally speak to each one of you, but we welcome all of your feedback to our board addresses, the principals and any teachers and staff who would be willing to share their opinion with us. We want to take it into consideration. We want to understand how these issues affect your day to day because we try to stay at this strategic level, but you can never get the right strategic answer without understanding what the day to day looks like. So please share that to the extent you have something to add to the conversation.
I'll be keeping all the administrators after the meeting, so please coordinate it with your homes.
Yeah.
And I think that if they send us their comments,
that would be good.
But if they send us their comments, then it's easier than, like you're saying, not just a ABC or 1 through 10. What do you think? It's where they can actually,
I agree,
have their written input, which I think we're always open to that. And I tell you, we do read everything, even though we don't all respond because that's not the protocol. We do read everything.
Yes, and that is my responsibility to respond to them. And if I get a lot of them, I do might just say thank you, we received it, and that's about enough because I can't respond to every email I'll receive. You want to add something, Ross?
I did want to just share a reminder, and if Ben, you could pull up the equity website. We've shared this to this group in case we have new stakeholders watching from home. There's a beautiful timeline on the equity website that shows when the Board of Education approved the strategic plan, when the new superintendent was hired. It also shows a link to all of the minutes, to all of the equity task force meetings. And it also has a link so that anyone can provide input and questions. That has been up and presented at these board meetings. You can go on YouTube and watch that. We've also engaged with staff at our PLTs. We engaged with staff and community members through the equity task force. And as displayed on the next steps before the discussion even began and before public comment, as next steps, we will continue to engage with staff in the community. There's a certain level of engagement that you can take prior to moving too far into any choice without the pleasure of the board and without the community fully understanding. Is this something we're doing, or is this something we're still just exploring? And so I just wanted to share that reminder since it is late and so much has been shared. If you've heard some different things and you're going home or you're watching from home with questions, go to our district website. Everything we have discussed is here, the timeline, the process, the notes. If you have questions or input, hit the button. Trust me, it's red. Board members are reading their communications as well.
And I applaud my fellow board members who's made the suggestion that the principals respond to us. If you have anything at all to say to us that you think we can improve within your schools, by all means, give us clues. Even if we don't all agree with you, we want to hear it. And as Patty said, we read everything.
So just to clarify timeline, November 14th recommendation, but that's not a vote though, right?
No, we'll take action. Well, it's like a typical, we'll have a discussion.
That's going to be on the discussion item.
The discussion item, and then we'll take action at the next board meeting. Like, as we always do, we have a discussion. Like if you've noticed, we have a bunch of items at 7.0 to discuss. Then we'll take action item in November.
Because I think.
Wait. I'm a little confused. So we're recommending in November, and then are we December making a decision?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's what I just
we're
wanted
taking action. We're taking
clarification.
action in December.
Okay.
We're
I just
hearing
wanted
the recommendation in November.
Okay. Okay, so whatever we decide is by December. Gotcha.
Yes. Are there any other questions?
Russ, is there a way that we can make, and I know this is a lot of information and some people are really overwhelmed and inundated with all this information. Is there a way to take like the highlights and do something at the front of it or something?
My suggestion is to look at the summary slides that were presented tonight.
Okay.
I think it really shows that regardless of what side of the fence you're on, there will be change. Our current status quo is change. I think I tried to articulate that for one of the tiles last week. I would look at that, and then if you have questions about a specific tile, you can go to the website and I think dig in a little further or further into the presentations.
Okay, I just want to make it so it's easier for people to actually understand.
Yeah, and if I may add, at the same time, I would say those slides we shared tonight where we showed the school data, take a look at that school data when you look at those slides, because that's really what's driving so much of this. It's related to outcomes. And many of our outcomes are connected to long-standing decisions about where kids go, what program is where, and those differences. I think every school has great teachers who work really hard. I think we have kids that do their very best. I think the separation and differences are really driven by many of these decisions and what we can do at each school. That's where this is coming from. And to speak to that, this isn't, I've said this before to the board, I think in these meetings, we've had these discussions of how do we get to a better place with our structure for a long time, for a very long time. I mean, not a couple superintendents ago, and trying to find those pieces. It's not a new discussion. It's just, we're at the point of, we've gotten to this place as a district and really where our outcomes are at. That's something, as everyone said, something has to happen. So thank you for that.
All right. Moving on.
Consent agenda.
All right. Before we move on the consent agenda, I'd like to thank the principals that all showed up here. You guys go home. I know you guys got a long week ahead with teacher conferences, parent-teacher conferences coming up too. So thank you for being here. We look forward to your any feedback you want to provide us. So thank you for what you're doing and keep up the good work.
Good to see all of you.
And please do share.
Yeah.
We read everything.
What's that?
That's for sure.
We do.
We do.
All right.
Do you know what principals they are? 'Cause I don't even know.
They're all the,
What schools they're
all of them except.
Forest U, I know. is there.
Okay, I move.
It's like the Reds. It's like the Reds leaving the sinking ship.
I'm going to make a motion that
Right.
we approve the consent agenda in 6.0, including 6.01, approval of minutes, prior meetings, 6.02, disbursements, 6.03, financial reports, 6.04 Human Resources Report. 6.05 Approval to destroy 18-month or older closed session recordings.
Second.
Do we have any comments or comments or suggestions, questions?
I just want to make sure I get their names on here.
Okay, roll call.
Mespino,
Aye.
Lang,
Aye.
Mencia,
Aye.
Petrielli, aye. Reed,
Aye.
Sager,
Aye.
and Schumacher.
Aye.
And the motion passes.
All right, 7.01, public hearing on tax levy. Mr. Ron.
Dr. Bresnahan, Board of Education. So we have discussed back in September 27th, the administration moving forward, preparing the levy. As we do know, truth in taxation requires if it's above 5% of the prior year's extension, district must give public notice and hold a public hearing, but we've done that in years past. CPI was 7% this past year. We were only entitled to up to 5%. The administration does believe that the meeting in the spirit of the laws in the district, and so we would like to move to do that on November 14th, the truth in taxation.
I don't think we have much to discuss about it.
No.
Keep it going.
7.02.
I'm waiting for the paper.
The second piece is the adoption of the 2022 tax levy. So the plan is to adopt at approximately 5%, not over. So even though we still are doing that, it does not entail us to go to the truth in taxation. By doing so, I do feel that we will collect everything that is owed to us over and above 5%. I do know of other districts that are going for 7, 8, 9%. But to me, I feel very confident with us going for the 5. Additionally, we have the lowest tax rate in the area. And so I think it's a testament to how strong we are commercially and industrially.
7.03, authorization reduction of certain fund levies for the 2022 tax levy.
So with all these words typically say that if we go over a certain amount with the 5%, then what we end up doing is we reduce it from the O&M fund in terms of where the levy comes. It also mentions, and here's part of the reason why other districts are going higher and we're not necessarily, the county clerk automatically adds on a 3% loss amount to the district's levy. So it's almost like going for 8%. There are some districts that, again, they do it differently, but I just don't feel the need for us to stress out our tax base.
I know one thing you talked about in the Friday update was you don't have the exact numbers yet from the EAV.
Yeah,
Can you kind of explain that a little bit, how it's kind of making your life miserable? Because you've explained it to me once, you wrote it down once, and I'm still confused.
No, that's fine because I didn't know what to do except for call the county, and that didn't do anything either. So I talked to our attorneys because we have not received our EAV or our extensions from the prior year in Cook County. That's pretty much unprecedented. A lot of it has to do with the county clerk arguing with the assessor. And so now you're seeing how there will be 3 tax bills instead of 2 that will be charged to the homeowners the next year. So that's a side thing. As a result, they haven't calculated or decided on what the actual EAVs were in addition to what the actual extension was. So I don't know our EAV or what our extensions will be based off of from the prior year. So what typically happens in truth in taxation is you have to actually put it in the paper. You have to make sure that people understand this is what you're going for. But it's hard for me to tell the public this is what we're going for when I don't know the variables, the keys, the toys, right? So I talked to Eris. The fact of the matter is that we are still doing truth in taxation, but we are never required to because we never hit that threshold. So even if the numbers do change based on our estimates, we do have the flexibility to bring the actual numbers to the actual hearing so that we do properly collect our dollars. It's just that we're putting in the paper what is it, almost like a draft of the levy. We'll get the real information at the end of the month, according to Tanya Anthifer, who's part of the county. And then we can use the real numbers to get the actual levy amount.
Could you say that when you put it in the paper, this is a draft and we'll get the real numbers, da, 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 da?
Mardell actually thought about that, but unfortunately, they're very strict as to how the layout has to be. So right now, our anticipation is that we do have the truth in taxation based on what we have now. And then when the time comes, we have no problem putting the real numbers in the paper anyways. It won't be within a proper time frame per se if someone really needed to do truth in taxation, but we don't because we're not going to be going above 5%. So we'll be fine. Right? Like I said, I talked to Arias about it, and he completely agrees with this. But yeah, it's really confusing, and I don't want the public to think that we're changing numbers on them on purpose, and that's why I wanted to be transparent off the bat.
Yeah, and just to understand, like, you're very confident though that the 5% is enough, because my only concern would be that we're constraining ourselves to the 5% so that we don't disrupt the truth in taxation, but really we feel like we might need 6%, but you feel very confident in that number.
So the Cook County is the only county in the state that does it where every single, you have the 10 fund, 20 fund, 40, so on and so forth. They give you a 3% margin of error. And that's really, it's insane. And the reason why they do that is because they anticipate people won't be paying their taxes. So they try and collect every single penny by kind of boosting up that levy. It's still, I think, a little crazy, but it is what it is. For the 30 fund, which is the bond one, it's a 5%. So they give you every opportunity to make sure that you are collecting what's due to you. Yeah, I otherwise I would not have. Yeah.
Any questions? All right, 7.04 award of bid for paper bid summary. Oof.
Yeah, so I'll make this one quick as well. This one's a pretty difficult because the bid is actually going up by 49% compared to last year with paper.
It's going up by how much?
49%. Yeah. Fortunately, we know that paper, we have to use it, but there are other things that the staff is utilizing, which is technology, websites, whatever you want to, think of, so that we don't realize paper as much. But unfortunately, that's the market right now. We've done whatever we could to try and press and push other companies to bid, and this is what we received.
Ron, is that 49% over a 3-year deal? How long is that?
This is a year to year.
Year to year.
The paper, having been in the situation where the paper runs out toward the end of the year and you're just like scrambling, is that going to affect the raise in the percentage? Is that going to affect what we do as far as ordering our paper?
Not necessarily. We always try and think of different ways to make sure that there is enough paper for every building as well as every teacher and staff. It's just a matter of relaying it to the principals and them relaying it to their staff as well. So I think we'll be okay.
Okay. And then also too, just to emphasize, we're proceeding with using the bargaining power of the state and piggybacking on their contract to get.
Correct.
It cost us more if we went solo.
Yes, even if we tried to bid on our own accord, we would still be more than what the state's was, and we do that anyways. We go to other companies just to ensure that we are getting the best deal.
Our previous bid was not through a state contract, though, was it?
I was not. Okay. In fact, we've gotten a couple no bids in the past because people don't want to get into the business anymore. So 7.05, if it's okay, just jump on here. So Brentwood, the playground has passed its life expectancy. It's about 27 years old, which is older than some of our teachers. So we need to replace the equipment. It's parts and labor are going to have to be bid out. It's also part of our 10-year facilities plan. It's just, it's something we just do out of safety and making sure that the public is happy with having the full experience as a child.
I am very pro playground.
It's rusted.
Yes.
Is this just on us?
Yeah, I was going to ask.
This one is going to be just on us.
It's just us? Okay. That was my question.
And we discussed this at the finance and facilities meeting.
Right.
And probably will have to go at least some parts of whatever you're continuing to do through a lawyer. So I'm going to bring in the information that was sent to all of us, but because I don't think everybody still has it, from Joe Leggett, because he has his own firm now, other than the one, and he's in.
I don't think he designs playground equipment, Mardell.
Pardon me?
I don't think he designs playground equipment.
Well, I don't know, but I'm just
No,
saying that there were other things talked about that we might have to do. And rather than just assume that we have a lawyer, it might be a good idea for us to look into it, because there have been a lot of changes over the years.
What happens, not to bring it up again, but what happens if we purchase playground equipment and it ends up being a school that it's a bunch of fourth graders and fifth graders that don't use it?
Actually, Mr. Tiarena and I have talked to the architects behind what we would do as a layout, as well as to companies. That's not going to be a problem, that we have items that would be picked out that would fit each grades.
Sure.
I think it's also good to know like how often our school playgrounds are used beyond just more for the
Right.
neighborhood
Yeah.
too. So I think there's like
Sure.
age ranges from like, 4 to 10 and 9 to whatever those,
Yeah.
there's like a layover, a crossover between age bands.
Yeah.
So
There are
I definitely
warnings on the
believe-
equipment that parents never follow, as far as the age ranges.
Well, you guys are all invited to the next time when we get it up, and you guys can jump around on the playground.
So
Sounds good.
As part of the bid slash, are we bringing the staff involved? Because I know in previous schools, like at Ridge, the staff or community was involved in helping pick out, kind of help design and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely. We've talked about that. Albert actually had to talk to a community member that was concerned about this as well. I know that Dr. Barrett, it's on her radar as well. We will have input.
Okay.
And then the addendum to the contract regarding the roofing, we have 2 more roofs, and then we'll be set for probably 20, 25 years if everything goes according to plan. So we'd like to finish up the 2 with 2 overlays at Frost and Salt Creek. We looking to actually work with Allied Facility, because Allied was the company where that group was with CTS. They assisted with building, did a lot of the roofing ahead of time, and then they moved to Allied. We have an energy contract with them where they've done more roofing, so they know our place. They know our buildings. They know all 15 of them, and I think it's an advantage. In fact, we are anticipating some sort of I wouldn't want to say discount, but the fact that they do know that so well is that they don't need to do all the heavy lifting compared to if we brought somebody else in.
Can we just cross our T's and dot our I's with the bidding requirement, making sure that it's okay not to?
Well,
go to-
I think the key things we have to get included now in our health life safety. We have to get approval from the State Board of Education to get as part of our health life safety and the health life safety, our 10-year book for the health life safety. Correct.
Yeah, correct. And this will be a not to exceed as well. We'll get the state involved and taken care of, but we did not want to put numbers in here where we're just going to say something to you just yet. That's getting flushed out this week right now. Actually, they were on site today.
Okay.
And I think this is just a start of what we want more plan to do for next summer. And we're looking to do some other stuff too, but they're still trying to gather numbers and stuff before the facility and finance committee talks about it.
Yeah, and I think at some point we were discussing putting a cap on what we would spend this year from facilities and finance because there's a bunch of other projects, but we also kind of wanted to hold reserves for later.
Albert has a lot of grand ideas on stuff.
Okay.
He hasn't done anything in a long while, so he's antsy.
Yeah. He wants something new. He wants something new besides roofing and lights and HVAC systems.
What about all the furniture that I when I'm going through my pages and pages and pages of the expenses for the month, it's furniture here in this school, furniture in that school, furniture in another school. What's all about? It's been going on for a long time.
That was a lot of the flexible seating for the junior highs for when COVID was occurring, and we had to separate students by 3 feet at the minimum. At first, it was 6 feet. So we did get some furniture for that, but we made sure that was something that was going to last long term.
Yeah, it's been for months now. It's been a lot of outlay for furniture.
So
Looks a little to me.
I will make a motion
Mhm.
on 8.01. Be it resolved that on the 10th day of October 2022, the Community Consolidated School District 59 Board of Education designated the superintendent to cause a tentative budget to be prepared for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 and concluding June 30th, 2024. Said budget to be presented to the Board of Education no later than the first regular meeting in July 2023.
Questions, comments? Roll call?
Lang.
Aye.
Mencia.
Aye.
Petrielli, aye. Reed.
Aye.
Sager.
Aye.
Schumacher.
Aye.
And Espino.
Aye.
And the motion passes.
All right. Do I get a motion for 8.02? Authorization intervention at the property tax P-tab for assessment of appeals.
I'll do it. Whereas the an owner or
yeah.
What's that?
Nope.
All right. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Education and Community Consolidated School District number 59, Cook County, Illinois, as follows. The board finds that all the recitals contained above are true and correct, and the same are hereby incorporated herein by reference. The board hereby authorizes Frantic PC as its legal representatives to A, file a request to intervene in appeal proceedings and all assessment appeals filed at the PTAB for which the board receives notice from the local county board of review, and B, represent the board's interests in these proceedings. All motions and resolutions or parts thereof in conflict with the provisions of this resolution are, to the extent of such conflict, hereby repealed. If any section, paragraph, clause, or provision of this resolution shall be held invalid, the invalidity of such section, paragraph, clause, or provision shall not affect any of the other sections, paragraphs, clauses, or provisions of this resolution. This resolution shall be in force and effect upon its adoption.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll second it. Questions, comments?
Nope.
Roll call?
Mencia.
Aye.
Petrielli, aye. Reed.
Aye.
Sager.
Aye.
Schumacher.
Aye.
Espino.
Aye.
And Lang.
Aye.
And the motion passes.
8.03, I'll make that motion. Be it resolved on the 10th day of October 2022, the Community Consolidated School District 59 Board of Education approves the school maintenance project grant application in the amount of $50,000. If awarded, this grant will be used to offset health, life, safety project costs. Be it further resolved that with the award of the school maintenance project grant, the superintendent shall communicate to the Illinois State Board of Education in writing, expressing appreciation of the members of the Board of Education, and that this grant shall be listed in the official meeting minutes of this meeting.
I will second.
Questions, comments?
So this is just, it's an action item that hasn't been discussed before, but we're not spending money. We're authorizing Ron to go try and get us a grant.
Yes, and we've applied for it every year. We apply for it every year.
Yes.
Very, very well put.
All right, roll call, please.
Petrielli, aye. Reed.
Aye.
Sager.
Aye.
Schumacher.
Aye.
Espino.
Aye.
Lang.
Aye.
And Mencia.
Aye.
And the motion passes.
All right, 9.0.
All right, I really do not have anything. I just want to put one thing on the record because I do know it was brought up during public comment, but our ESSER dollars are all itemized and listed and available to the public on our website for anyone who needs them. And with that, I'll turn it over to SLT.
Could I start? I have an update related to the ESSER dollars. So in terms of intervention right now, we have implemented many new intervention resources at the beginning of this year that we purchased using our ESSER funds. So we now have System 44 as a 4 through 8 literacy resource, ENIL, a K through 2 Spanish literacy resource, Wilson Foundations K through 3 literacy resource, SIPS K through 3, and the Right Tools K through 5. So those are all literacy, and we are also implementing Math 180 at the 6th through 8th grade level as part of our WIN practices. So we have been providing a lot of support and training to teachers and ongoing professional learning opportunities to make sure that we are understanding and utilizing those resources to the best of our ability to provide intervention for as many as possible. We are also working to more consistently approach discipline and discipline reporting so that we can utilize our data in the same way to find students who are in need of more support behaviorally or with their social and emotional skill development. And right now is, as you heard tonight, our benchmarking time when we can make sure that we are responding to all the needs that are presented to us and catching all student needs appropriately and in a timely manner. We also have been working with our discipline practices. We have our behavior intervention committee coming up on October 20th. So we will be talking about how we report more consistently, how we utilize the data as a district to make sure that we're meeting appropriate needs, and of course, reviewing our discipline policies.
Yeah, I can go. Just going along with the mission of what we've passed as a district, when we look at our plan, the strategic plan, the business office does talk a lot of times with the resources and closing gaps. We do have some who had grandkids in the buildings. We have people who've been through this system for a long time, and they acknowledge that there's a lot of issues. So it really has helped us put together some of the dollar amounts, I think, as to why certain pieces are missing in certain buildings. And that's actually helped us with preparing next year's budget. So thank you for approving that. Also, Albert and Sean have been trying to ensure that facilities are safe and secure. They went to an Illinois State, it was a conference for school safety. And that was, I think they said it was extremely rewarding. It was Paul Tim who ran it. He's the one who's looking through our facilities to ensure that there are some issues that we have. And those are things that we're going to be coming up with in the near future to discuss to the board, to discuss about correcting. Also beginning planning for food service for next year, because that's always going to be something. We've been talking about bidding for heating and electric. I think Randy almost fell out of his chair when we discussed that at the finance facilities meeting, because we do know that the prices are so high right now, but we do need to find out what's best. And then, of course, our tax extension and our cash flow, we're trying to figure out how to make sure that the levy is being asked for right and things are being taken care of. So that's kind of where we're at in the business office.
Human Resource Department is excited to share once again flu shots and wellness opportunities for staff. This is typically done this time of year around the time of conferences. This year, partially due to some staffing issues with our partners, we're offering it over 4 days at 9 different schools so that staff can take advantage of those wellness opportunities.
I really don't have anything more to add.
Sounds good.
That's tough to beat that, really. So I'll be almost as brief, maybe not quite so brief, but obviously a lot of our work has been around communicating the equity journey. But also we have been working a lot with the community outreach specialists. We're working to try to connect more with families in ways that families want to be communicated with. So one of our big pushes right now is text messaging. The system that we have is a little limiting in how we get people signed up. So we can't just send out mass texts to say, hey, you're on our list now. You can opt out this way. We have to have people opt in. There are a lot of FCC requirements that we have to follow, especially with the partner that we use for our communication. So we are working a lot with the community outreach specialists to get more people signed up for that. We will have more family education nights coming up. In fact, we have one coming up in 2 weeks. So we're working to highlight that, but also we will be live streaming again, archiving. So obviously we've been working a lot on improving what the access is for our community with our live stream, whether it's here at board meetings or it's out at events that we have that will continue this year. So that partnership is going strong, and we really, really appreciate the community outreach specialists for the work that they do and how much they're helping us with getting more connected with more of our families. It's just an awesome group.
Yeah.
No, definite improvement from, you compare where we were when we were talking about COVID and just kind of how the
the meetings were presented to the public, and it was just our Zoom faces, and and it's very nice how it's going. Reports of the nothing.
Since the last report to the Board of Education, there have been 6 FOIA requests. 5 have been responded to and completed in full. 1 has been partially responded to and will be fully completed by tomorrow.
Thank you for all of that work.
Mm-hmm.
Reports of the Board of Education.
I have an article by a gentleman who, Walter Williams, a distinguished writer and Academy figure, and he recently died, but this is one of his past articles about the root of crime problem is the breakdown of the family. And I think
Now pass it around.
close to all of our hearts.
Yeah,
me?
Joe's got one.
Yeah, they got one.
The I visited Grove on Monday. I spoke to their Ovid class on
Which class?
their Ovid college the Avid class. So I spoke to them on Grove. So I want to thank Mrs. Ruiz for the invitation. It was a lot of fun. I love going to these schools and I love talking to these kids. So it was a great experience.
And how was the class?
It was good. I think they learned that I like to call on people. So I think that was very
Socratic
productive.
method.
Yes, very productive.
Good for you.
So I will just report out about the 4th task force meeting. Thank you to Joe. Again, you're getting a lot of shout outs today because I understand that Joe's questions about the benefits and sort of detriments of the pairing model formed the basis of our conversations at task meeting 4. And I think it was very productive for everyone to think through in a more holistic way, like how they're coming out of this experience and do they see the benefits as outweighing the detriments. And one of the nicer components in the meeting as well was that we were grouped by our pairings. And so I sat in at the Juliet Low Homes Fourth View table, and it was very interesting to just have a conversation with what would be like our future paired school if we go about this model. And I found that to be like very productive and interesting. And I think similar experiences were had like by the other tables. So I think we ended the task force on a solid note, I think, and a good way to like wrap things up and think a little bit more broadly.
If I could add one thing too, I forgot to mention I've been very involved. Patty also joined me. We met to speak with parents. I think this week alone, I've had appointments with parents and staff to talk about listening to their concerns and things like that. And I think that's our job as board members here to lend an ear. But there's a lot of that going on. So it's like for the folks that are still tuned in at home, it's like we mentioned earlier, we read a lot of the emails. We have a lot of phone calls. You can reach out to us. We will listen to you on these issues.
I'll quickly add 2 things. Dr. and I visited Holmes Junior High and Forest View over the last 2 Fridays. Met with 2 principals. Dr. Shaker knows a little more about the schools.
Mr. Reed, is your microphone on?
All right.
It is now. Good.
Quick visit on last week Friday to Forest View and the week before to Holmes Junior High with Dr. Shaker and I. Dr. Shaker is now a little more familiar with the North Side schools. But I think it's just good to see what the schools are doing and kind of talk to some of the principals and, kind of like we talked about, talking with the principals. We had a nice discussion with both principals, kind of got me in some more information I didn't know. And then this morning I attended a Crisis Go presentation for the new, what we're considering for the, what do you really call it? The crisis, basically like a crisis management tool. And instead of our staff having, a 3-ring binder sitting in every classroom, it'll be on their phone. And with kind of presentation on that, it's kind of what features and stuff it has. Hopefully we'll have some decisions made in the next couple of months with an implementation to be done sometime over the summer, correct?
Yeah, we were talking about giving ourselves at least talking, submitting it this year, and then working into the summer, getting some training in. It is an emergency management system for sure. It's not just for your phone; it's also on your computer. And it pretty much, if there is an issue, there's a button you press on your screen, and it alerts the authorities. I know the police were involved in this.
Yeah, two
demonstration.
of our DARE officers or community outreach officers.
Yeah,
were
community
there.
outreach, and then there are some others that will be coming in on Thursday to make sure that they are also approved, because we want to make sure every group agrees with this, so that we make sure everyone's set up and ready to go.
And I think that's one thing that the other, because we cross 4 different communities and we don't take up the whole community, those police departments are looking for some sort of consistency. And I think some of our other districts around us have that already, correct? That's all I got.
No need for a closed session tonight.
Oh, no closed session again? Oh, okay. There's nothing that important that we, I mean, we didn't have one last time either, so if there's anything really important, we should. Okay.
Can I get a motion for adjournment?
I move to adjourn.
I second it.
Oh, be resolved that on the 10th day of October 2022, the Community Consolidated School District 59 Board of Education meeting is adjourned.
Mardell.
I'm sorry. Roll call.
Reed.
Aye.
Sager.
Aye.
Schumacher. Aye. Espino.
Aye.
Lang.
Aye.
Mencia.
Aye.
And motion